We're going to rescue Catherine.
Are we? But why?
Because she's asked us to. What's more, we can expose the secrets of the Church in the process.
And assuming we can actually pull this off, the Blue Fox's credibility will be stronger than ever. Not only would our reputation grow, it would also drive a wedge between the factions. A welcome development.
Surely we ought to discuss this matter with Duke Hende. Or with Lorraine, at the very least.
We lack the time. Catherine might be killed while we stand around, waiting for permission. Have you any other objections?
Oh no, none at all. I was never opposed to the idea in the first place. On the contrary, I can't wait to get one over on those pigs.
There is a secret passage that leads into the Granville Church headquarters. If we take that path, we should find ourselves where Catherine is being held.
All right, lead the way.
Andreas, I did not think that you would come.
Quiet, Catherine. We must get you to safety.
Catherine's trying to escape! Search for her. She can't have gotten far.
Let's hurry to the rendezvous point.
Yes. So, where is the rendezvous point?
On that bridge.
It's a long way. Are we really going to make it?
The Templar Knight forces here are far from strong. And look. The path is narrow. It'll allow us to engage them one at a time and force our way through.
All right. Let's give it a try. Moving to the destination.
Got it. On my way.
I'm sorry.
God
On my
smile
way.
upon us!
Got it. On my way.
Here I go!
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us!
Next target.
Moving to the destination. Here I go!
Got it. Be gone with you.
May God smile upon
Target
us!
eliminated. On my way.
Here I go!
Got it. On my way. Be gone with you.
May God smile upon
Next target.
I'm on my way.
On my way. Got it.
May
Target.
God smile upon us!
Here I go!
On my way. Got it.
Here I go!
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon
Next
us!
target. On my way.
Here I go!
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us!
Target eliminated.
Moving to the destination.
capture successful.
Catherine!
Estalt, you came for me too.
Let's talk later. We're not out of the woods yet.
Hey, Catherine, you can fight, can't you? Let's put you to work. Oh, yes. I will not be a burden.
That's the spirit. We'll be all right, don't worry.
Understood.
Understood.
Here I go!
Oh, what have we here?
Very well.
Target God smile upon us.
Form ranks! Forward!
You think you can escape?
Understood.
Next
May
time.
God smile upon us!
Target
God
eliminated.
smile upon
I've got
us!
it.
Push forward! Form ranks! Forward!
You think you can escape?
May God smile
One down. All according to plan. Be gone with you.
May God smile upon
Target eliminated. Go.
Back to the attack!
You think you can escape?
Here goes.
On my way.
I'm on my way.
Push forward! May God smile upon us! Victory!
Moving to the destination. I'm on my way.
Understood.
Here I go!
You think you can escape? Be gone with you.
May God smile
Next
upon us!
target. Understood. Be gone with you.
May
Target
God smile upon us!
I've got it.
It would seem I've grown stronger.
You saved me. I don't know how to thank you.
Your safety is more than enough.
Yes. We simply did what Estalt asked us to do. Though, there is one thing you could do for us.
Oh, yes?
Join the Blue Foxes. It would be a shame for your talents to go to waste.
Do you really think she can cast away her faith after so many years of devout service? I can. Pray, allow me to do so. To accompany you, to fight alongside you, I sense that this is now my purpose in life. The Granville Church misled me. But now, I have a new path.
A path that will serve as your new faith, perhaps. You have already taken the first steps, Catherine.
Why, thank you. I shall devote myself wholly.
Now, it's about time we headed out, isn't it?
Aye. Let us be off.
Catherine's shocking testimony exposes the hidden scandal of the Granvelle Church. The resulting furor causes Archbishop Joshua's influence on the Lord's Council to wane as the turmoil amongst its members increases. Meanwhile, warships from the Trovelchovian Empire are sighted along the coast of Southfield. And by morning, the Dagland trading port has been captured by a fleet of 30 ships. The fleet made the unprecedented move of advancing via an alliance trading route. Taken by surprise, and with Duke Hende's local forces offering seemingly no resistance. And so, once again, the Kingdom of Alitane surrenders a foothold to the Empire. To compound matters, word starts to spread that King Rhaegal Chatham has fallen critically ill.
Well, Rias, what do you make of the situation in Southfield?
You mean the Empire's capture of Dagland Trading Port?
Yes. I heard that Duke Hende's army acted oddly, waving a white flag rather than resisting. This despite the Empire only having 30 ships, far fewer than they brought to Tagaria. The Duke made great efforts to take control of Southfield. Why wouldn't his forces put up a fight?
The succession conflict has been diverting the Council's attention. They weren't prepared.
So you don't find the capitulation the least bit odd?
Not really. Look, Isker, I'll get straight to the point.
All right.
Are you and Tremina lovers? There's a rumor going around Elm Camp.
Why? Are two blue foxes prohibited from falling in love?
Not at all. You may do as you wish. Fred insisted that I ask, that's all.
I see. I suppose he doesn't look kindly on Tremina, given her democratic activism. He could have asked me himself, though.
I said the same, but he would have none of it.
Well, it is true that we have developed a good relationship of late.
That is an interesting way of putting it.
We aren't married or anything, but I can't say what the future holds.
It could be a fitting match. She is the daughter of a prominent Southfield merchant. And you? Well, you are of noble stock.
You're suggesting I return to the family fold. Such things don't concern me.
Then what does?
Why the sudden interest in our relationship, Rias? This isn't like you.
Oh, I have no particular interest. I'm merely making idle talk.
Really? Anyway, I'd best be off.
I was just thinking that Tremina could be a way to secure your commitment to us.
Andreas, I need to tell you something.
What is it?
You remember those kids we helped in the Ballyden Wilds? I got a letter from them. They were taken in by an orphanage. It seems they're safe and well.
I see.
You aren't happy.
Are you? You didn't seem to care very much about them during the mission.
It was only afterward that we heard the rumors about the church. It is hard not to fear the worst for the children we put in its care.
That's not all there is to this. Am I right?
Don't tell anyone, but I was born in the Ballet des Wilds myself. I could have been one of those kids.
I see. Your prowess as a magicka makes sense now.
Yes. Those born near the frontier do tend to have a knack for magic.
Does Catherine know?
Of course. Catherine was the one who told me about your rescue mission. I volunteered immediately.
Why did you keep your background a secret?
It's simple, really. So many kids from my area have abilities, and they tend to be hated for it. I felt that telling people about my past would make things harder for me as a young mercenary.
I see.
Anyway, I'm glad those kids we helped are doing okay. That's all.
There but for the grace of God, eh?
Oh, what to do?
What troubles you, Catherine?
I gave sweetmeats to the children of the Hodlam slums, and now they want me to come every day.
You must stop it immediately. They'll never become self-sufficient if they start expecting handouts.
Not everyone is as strong as you think, Andreas. They are children and they need my help. Charity was an important part of my work at the church.
If only the church had been so benevolent when it decided to have you purged. Do as you like, but take responsibility for your deeds. God is not to blame for one's lot in life.
I shall keep that in mind. It seems your kindly nature is revealing itself, Andreas.
You're imagining things.
Father!
Izzy, and Rias as well. You've both changed so much.
Do you really think so?
You, on the other hand, have not changed at all, Zorowak, even with your injury. Why, you look ready to do battle once more. With a little help, of course.
Help, huh? You mean to use a modern magic device to have me ride a wyvern, do you? Well, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I have grown weary of the hermit lifestyle. I should be glad to fight alongside you.
I'm not sure about this, Father. I know you wouldn't need to use your legs, but...
Have you forgotten my strength, child? I would hold my own against you even now, despite how much you have grown.
You're so stubborn. Doesn't matter what I say, does it?
Now all I need is an opportunity to test out this contraption.
We're going to deal with the demi-human horde in Eastfield, as it happens. What say you join us?
Sounds perfect. So this is how it feels to straddle a wyvern, is it? Huh. I could get used to this.
All right, let's go. On my way.
Form right! Attack!
I'm off at once.
Moving to the destination.
Push forward.
You think you can escape?
Another one down.
Understood. On my way. Target eliminated.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I'll teach you a lesson!
Enemy down. Got it.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
You think you can escape?
Take this!
Understood.
Here I go!
You think you can escape? Enemy down.
I'm on my way.
I'll teach you a lesson!
Moving to the destination.
Next target.
I've got it. Another one down. All according to plan.
Got it.
Take this!
I'm off at once.
Got it.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Here, a bit of healing for you.
On my way. Got it.
Could be a scratch!
I won't miss.
Be gone with you.
Yes, that looks to... I'm off at once.
Everyone, with me. How was that?
Understood. I
won't miss.
Take more than that. Here I go!
You're not going anywhere.
How did I end up in this tight spot?
Be gone with you. Next time. On my way. Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
I'm on my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Be gone with you. Next target.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I've got it. Understood. I've got it. Understood.
Here, a bit of healing for you.
I've got it.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Everyone, with me.
Be gone with you. Next target.
Here I go.
Got it. Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Father, are you okay?
Izzy, please. You saw me fight, did you not? Did I display any weakness? Even for a moment?
Well, no.
You seem to be a natural at wyvern riding, Zorowak. Not that it was ever in doubt.
I watched your unit fight as well. It seems I have finally found myself a worthy cause. Therefore, from this moment on, I shall lend you my strength as a member of the Blue Foxes.
Thank you, Zorowak. Welcome to the unit. Listen.
I understand.
Lorraine, there is something I must discuss with you.
What is it, Andreas?
I have always thought Duke Hende admirable for not getting involved in the Council's infighting. But what if he is planning to seize control once the two dominant powers have worn each other down?
Excuse me?
Such an approach is not unheard of, and the way things unfolded in Dagland is odd indeed.
What does the Empire's capture of a Southfield port have to do with factional disputes?
Each faction has backed an heir to accede to the throne. But Duke Hende made no such move. Perhaps you can see what I am implying.
You mean to suggest that Duke Hende has the Empire behind him?
It would explain why Southfield was handed over with barely any resistance.
But what proof do you...
The signs have been there the whole time. First, the jade taken from the thief Hadi Solbay was never handed in to the royal government. Then the Duke insists that we seek out more jade while undermining negotiations with the Alliance. The Empire wants DioField's jade, and a weak alliance would help them get it. It fits. It also likely means that we are in danger. What do you intend to do, Lorraine? Do not speak of this to anyone yet. Now is not the time for unnecessary risks.
Lorraine, what's the matter?
Lorraine is unwell. I shall brief us in her place. My scout has sighted a group of Imperial troops heading north, although they do not appear to be an invading force. Nevertheless, the Lord's Council have given us permission to engage and prevent any further advance, if they reach Central Field. If we deploy to Barngor Marshes immediately, we should be able to intercept their front line.
You seem unusually well prepared, Rias. This feels strange. What are you up to?
Yes, what's this all of a sudden?
Indeed. I see what Walter Quinn is getting at. Rias, just what exactly is going on?
Let's talk about this after the battle. Matters that are unclear now will resolve once we engage the enemy.
Very well.
Fine. We'll talk about this later. For now, let's make haste for Barngor Marshes.
The Imperial army are here, just as Andrea said.
You must have some talent in your unit. Imperial intelligence is not easy to get hold of.
Let's save the chit-chat for later, Shivat. The Imperials have Wyvern riders in their ranks. Only a few, but we must remain vigilant.
Yes, yes, all right.
I'm off at once.
You think you can escape?
I shall do my best. How was that? Moving to the destination. I'm on my way.
Yes, that looks to be... I'm off at once.
Target eliminated.
Moving to the destination. I'm on my way.
Be gone with you.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I won't miss. Enemy down. Understood.
You're not going anywhere.
I'm off at once.
Everyone with me. How was that?
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I won't miss.
Hurry up and die.
On my way.
Home right. Attack.
Easy.
Understood.
I'm off at once.
Everyone with me. How was that?
Another one down. All according to plan.
Reinforcements!
They must not enter Central Field. Do not let them pass.
Oh, what's this? Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Home right. Attack.
You thought I was just a greybeard, huh?
Understood.
Everyone with me. How was that?
I won't miss.
Take this!
Thought I was just a greybeard, huh?
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Easy.
Understood.
I've got it.
I'll show you.
Understood.
Not bad.
Take this!
grey
I've got
beard,
it.
huh? Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Everyone, with me. How was that?
I won't miss. Be gone with you. Next target.
I'm off at once.
I'm sorry.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
More enemies incoming.
They are spreading out. We must maneuver to avoid being attacked from both sides.
You're unusually enthusiastic today, Rias. You'll explain why later on, I suppose.
Assuming we emerge victorious here.
Very well. Then we'd better get this over with quickly.
On my way.
Understood. I've got it.
You think you can escape?
Take this!
Thought I was just a grey beard, huh?
I shall do my best. How was that?
Easy.
Enemy down. Understood.
You can thank me later.
I pray that your souls are saved.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
On my way.
I've got it.
Got it.
Not bad.
Be gone with you. I won't miss. Be gone with you. Next target.
Take this!
I shall do my best. How was that?
This isn't really my style.
I won't miss.
I've got it.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Easy. I'm off at once.
You think you can escape?
Another one down. All according to plan.
Power flows through me.
The enemy has been driven out. They put up less of a fight than I expected. We may even be able to take back Dagland if we pursue them now.
No. For now, we return to Central Field.
Oh, why? I was just getting started.
If we continue to press on in our current state, we'll be wiped out.
Why would you say that?
Because we would find ourselves surrounded. the Empire on one side, the Duke's army on the other.
The Duke's forces? What are you talking about?
Look at this letter. That is the Duke's seal, is it not? The Duke has been holding secret meetings with the Empire. I found this letter hidden on one of his soldiers.
Damn them! Traitorous scum!
So then, what shall we do now?
Is it not obvious? We must bring the traitor to justice.
I suppose it is the only way for us to survive.
Are you with us, Quinn?
Oh, yes. I have no reason to refuse.
The Blue Foxes deployed to Barngor Marshes and routed a detachment of Imperial troops. Andreas insisted on the deployment, convinced that Duke Hende had secret ties to the Empire. He soon discovers their covert meeting place and finds a letter bearing the Duke's seal. Frederick is enraged at Duke Hende's betrayal and calls for his head, a sentiment Andreas shares. A troubled expression creeps over Iscarion's face as he becomes momentarily lost in his thoughts. While Walter Quinn seems eerily uninterested, unnervingly quiet, and wholly unaffected. Following a brief discussion, however, the Blue Foxes agree that the Duke is to be executed.
Listen, Lorraine.
Yes, Andreas?
The next battle will seal your fate, one way or another. We destroy the Duke, or the Duke destroys us. You must choose where your loyalties lie.
I am a blue fox.
Good. Thank you, Lorraine. Merida, I need to speak with you about the last mission.
Yes?
You did what was asked of you, including dealing with the Vanguard, but there was a complaint. To quote the other commander, "Your scout barely speaks. I cannot tell what she's thinking. I struggle to know if she understands what I'm saying. I need better communication."
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did not come here to have you apologize. After all, I myself have a similar disposition.
No, you're different. You can communicate with just about anyone. That's why all the Blue Foxes look up to you, and why you were selected as a leader.
That's enough about me.
So, what is to be my punishment?
I told you, no apologies and no punishments. I'll just find you a different role, that's all.
I am sorry,
Stop that. I will find a suitable role for you, and you will give it your all. All right?
Right.
Andreas, I have a favor to ask.
What is it?
There's a military unit that serves a Southfield nobleman that I would like to have eliminated.
Why?
They were an enemy of my former knightly order, and it seems they carry that enmity to this day.
Your former order being King Rhaegalt's knights?
Correct. Indeed, these mercenaries once attempted to assassinate the king. I had hunted them fruitlessly for years. It turns out they've been operating incognito.
Then you need merely tell the noble who they really are.
Alas, rumors suggest that he too harbors the same hatred of the royal government.
You wish to have him eliminated as well?
No. He's a cunning one. He'll disown his mercenaries as soon as they are defeated.
And if he pleads ignorance, we will have no grounds to execute him.
Indeed. I therefore wish to eliminate only the mercenaries.
I understand. They are aware of our approach. Good.
I'm curious, Andreas. Why did you agree to help me? This fight yields no benefit to the Foxes whatsoever.
You seldom make your own desires known. I assumed it must be important. But let us talk later. The enemy are coming.
Yes.
Understood.
Hurry up and die!
Take this!
Got it.
Think you can escape?
I'm off at once.
Enemy down.
Everyone with me.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
This isn't really my style.
Is that all you have?
Moving to the destination.
Understood.
I've got it.
You think you can escape?
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
Is that all you have?
This isn't really my style.
I'm on my way. Everyone with me. How was that?
Thought I was just a greybeard.
On my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'll show you. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Moving to the destination.
You're not going anywhere.
I shall do my best. How was that?
I'm off at once.
On my way. Here goes. I've got it.
Understood.
Target eliminated.
Thought I was just a greybeard.
Next target. I've got it.
I'm on my way.
Got it. On my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Take this!
Yes, that looks to be the right... I'm off at once.
Target eliminated. On my way.
Understood.
Got it. On my way. Be gone with you. Next target.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'll show you. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Be gone with you.
Moving to the destination.
Next target.
I'm on my way. Moving to the destination.
Another one down.
All according to plan.
I'll show you.
I've got it.
Not bad.
This isn't really my style.
I'll show you.
I shall do my best. How was that?
You think you can escape?
Be gone with you.
I'm off at once.
Enemy down.
I'm on my way.
Take this!
On my way. Got it.
I've got it.
Understood.
Be gone with you.
Target eliminated.
It seems there is yet more to learn, even at my age.
We have destroyed the mercenaries. Alas, we have no choice but to leave their patron be.
That is of no consequence. He is powerless without his attack dogs.
Then let us return.
Andreas, I wanted to ask about the other day.
The rout of those mercenaries?
Yes. As you know, they were an organization I fought against as a knight. They killed several of my friends.
And you wanted to settle the score, is that it?
Yes. Forgive me. I ought not to have dragged the Blue Foxes into my personal vendetta.
No matter. An enemy of the crown was expunged. And now, I better know the kind of man you are. I look forward to your future service, Donovar.
I shan't disappoint you.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'll show you. I'm off at once.
Here goes.
I'm on my way.
I won't miss.
Got it.
I'm on my way. Everyone with me. How was that? Moving to the destination. I'm on my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
I won't miss. Be gone with you.
Next target. On my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'll show you.
Everyone with me. How was that? Moving to the destination. I'm on my way.
I won't miss. Be gone with you.
Moving to the destination.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Take this!
Be gone with you.
Next target. On my way. Got it.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
You think you can escape?
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Moving to the destination.
You think you can escape?
Easy.
I'm on my way. I shall do my best. How was that? I pray that your souls are
I'm off at once.
Target eliminated.
Moving to the destination.
Here goes.
On my way. Go. You think you can escape?
You thought I was just a grave.
On my way.
Huh?
Another one down.
All
Yes.
according to plan.
That looks
Moving
to
to
be
the
the right
destination.
position.
I've got it.
show you.
On my way.
Everyone, with me!
Hurry up and die!
You think you can escape? Enemy down. Understood.
Here I come!
I've got it.
I shall do my best. How was that?
This isn't really my style.
Another one down.
Got it.
All according to plan.
On my way.
I'm off at once.
Be gone with you. Got it. On my way.
Moving to the destination.
Take this!
On my way. Be gone with you.
Understood.
Mere scratch!
Hurry up and die!
Got it. On my way.
I won't miss.
I'm on my way.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
I have achieved a greater grasp of my art.
I'm off at once. I'll show you.
I've got it.
Easy.
Understood.
Here I come! I'm on my way.
You thought I was just a greybeard, huh?
On my way. Got it. Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
I've got it.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Form right! Attack!
Moving to the destination.
I won't miss.
Understood.
Enemy down.
I've got it.
Take this!
Everyone with me. How was that?
Think you can escape?
Next target. Got it. Target is that all you have? On my way.
This isn't really my style.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. You thought I was just a greybeard, huh? I'm off at once.
I've got it.
Form right! Attack!
Think you can escape? Understood.
Here I come!
Be gone with you.
I won't miss.
Here goes. On my way. Go.
I shall do my best. How was that?
Next target. On my way.
Thought I was just a greybeard, huh? I'm off at once.
I won't miss.
Understood.
Target eliminated.
I've got it. Understood.
I've got it.
Next target.
It will take more than that.
Understood.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
You can thank me later.
Another one down.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Go. On my way.
Everyone, with me. How is that?
Go. On my way. Go. On my way.
I'll show you. I'm off at once. Not bad.
I'm on my way.
Next target.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
On my way.
I've got it.
Understood. You think you can escape?
It's been a mere scratch.
You think you can escape?
I'll show you.
It will take more than that. I shall do my best. How was that?
Be gone with you. Next target. Be gone with you. Target eliminated. Be gone with you. Next target.
I've got it.
Moving to the destination.
Understood.
Go.
I'm on my way.
Target eliminated.
Yes, I'm off at once. Easy.
Moving to the destination.
Enemy down.
It seems there is yet more to learn, even at my age.
We must make for Duke Hende's manor at once. Let us take him by surprise and finish this quickly.
Yes, we will not report to the Lord's Council until after it's done. The Duke is not to be warned.
Duke Hende's manor has many a back door, the least guarded of which faces the woods to the west. If you sneak in through there, cross the back courtyard, and go to the top floor... No. Wait. Your best bet to get to the Duke would be to head directly for his master bedroom.
Lorraine, do you truly support our plan?
I do. My mind is made up.
Once the Duke is dead, what becomes of us?
Iska, No longer need we serve as Duke Hende's pet army. We are Knights of the Lord's Council, an independent force. Do not forget that.
The royal government is too fractured to deliver justice. And that is exactly where our services come into play. As long as Lorraine serves as our intermediary, there should be no issues between us and the Lord's Council.
Very well. And you are certain that what we are doing is best for the people of the kingdom?
From how I see it, I believe we are.
Then, in that case, I'm with you all the way. Walter Quinn, what about you?
Oh, I can't wait to get started. I haven't been this excited since we took back Tagaria. Lorraine, coming to watch?
Enough, Quinn. We need to go.
Intruders! Bandits are raiding the manor! Huh? What the... You're the Blue Foxes! What are you doing here?
We're up against a different class of enemy here. Makes sense. They are the Duke's Knights, after all.
I know, isn't it wonderful? It's such a relief to know there's someone out there worth fighting.
Enough, you two. We're pressed for time.
Indeed we are. And our first objective is to capture the rear gate. Let's go!
Moving into position.
Hurry up and die!
En route.
On my way. Go.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
On my way. Go.
I'll show you.
I'm off.
Glory to Alatain!
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Here goes.
On my way. Got it. Be gone with you.
Glory to Alatain!
Target eliminated.
I'm off at once.
On my way.
I'm off at once.
All right! Attack!
Is that all you have?
You're not going anywhere.
Take this!
Be gone with you.
Glory to Alatain!
Next target.
Here goes.
This isn't really my style.
Glory to Alatain!
Be gone with you.
Glory
down.
to Alatain!
I'm off. Righto.
Moving into position.
Got it. On my way.
Here goes.
Glory to Alatain!
Yes, that looks to be
Catch
the
is
right
successful.
position.
There are knights in the courtyard as well.
Filthy things. They really do spoil the view.
But look, over there.
It seems to be their fortress. They clearly have no appreciation of sentiment.
They'll need more than that to stop us. Those who would oppose Alatain must be crushed! Advance!
I'm off at once.
All right! Attack!
I'm off at once. Not bad.
You're not going anywhere.
Take this! Enemy down! You see that?
All right! Attack! Duality!
You thought I was just a grave
took him
digger,
down.
huh?
Moving into position. Enemy down! You see that? En route!
Here goes!
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
Glory to Aladdin!
On my way. Be gone with you.
Glory to Aladdin!
Target eliminated.
I'm off.
Not bad.
Go. Be gone with you.
Righto.
Here, a bit of healing for you.
This isn't really my style.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
On my way.
This will serve as a staging point.
That was the last barrier. We shall be at the house before long.
Good. Then he shall soon have to answer to us.
He's led us a merry dance, hasn't he? It's time for a little payback, I'd say.
That horseman looks to be their commander. Once he falls, the others will follow. Once we find our way into the manor, we advance. Then I shall finish the job myself.
I have no objections to that. You're best suited to it. We shall deal with the others.
Moving into position. Take this!
You're not going anywhere.
Moving into position.
I'll show you.
I took him down!
Duality!
On my way. Go.
I'm off at once.
Enemy down! You see that?
Be gone with you.
Glory to Aladdin!
Next target.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
En route!
Target acquired. Right through the heart.
Is that all you have?
Not bad.
Form right! Attack!
To Alatain!
Easy.
On my way.
Thought I was just a grain.
Be gone with you.
Next target.
To Alatain!
On my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'll show you.
Take this!
En route!
Got it.
I'll show you.
Glory to Alatain!
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
On my way. Got it.
Oh, what's this? I'm off at once.
Be gone with you. Glory to Alatain!
Target eliminated.
Yes, that looks to be the right. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Hurry up and die!
On my way.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'll show you.
Target acquired. Right through the heart.
Got it. On my way.
Be gone with you. Glory to Alatain!
Next target. It would seem I've grown stronger.
Having slain his way through the guards, Andreas was finally face to face with Duke William Hendy. Putting aside the debt he owed, Andreas informed the Duke that he was a rebel against the state and was to be purged. Yet, rather than fall into Andreas's hands, the Duke took poison, electing death on his own terms. Andreas silently observes the Duke's final moments. Plummeting star. The Blue Foxes present the Lord's Council with evidence linking Duke Hende to the Empire. They also report that he has paid for his treason with his life. The Council denounced the Blue Foxes' unilateral action, but with the factional conflict worsening apace, they are in no position to punish them for it. Duke Hende's death may have spelt the end for his faction, but the broader conflict rages on. Lord Councillor Kimball supports the second-born prince, Victor Shatham, while Lord Councillor Joshua is a staunch backer of the third-born, Starish Shatham. The dispute between their respective factions continues to escalate, becoming violent at times. And then, Rhaegal Shatham breathes his last, and the throne of Alatane lies vacant.
It seems King Rhaegald passed away yesterday.
Yes, I heard. No doubt the scrabble to succeed him will now grow even more caustic and bloody.
Second-born Victor and third-born Staris. What do you know about them?
Prince Victor is aggressive, a man of pride, yet also a suspicious, jealous type. Prince Staris, on the other hand, is an opportunist, keen to avoid conflict when he can. Neither rival the talent of Prince Ivangar, and neither are fit to succeed their father. Most damningly of all, they both lack the mark of the blessed. What would Levi do if he were in our shoes?
You need not ask, Riaz. We already know the answer. The mark acts as proof of one's right to rule. And I should know.
Might I bother you for a moment? Why, yes.
Oh.
Of course.
I suppose so.
What do you mean?
No.
Understood.
I need your help, Andreas. I don't know what to do.
What is it, Rickles?
I heard from someone I know in Northfield. Their village is about to be attacked by monsters. And they're monsters from the frontier too. The locals can't defend it on their own.
Is this your hometown?
No, it's not. But I will go there often, and I know everyone quite well.
What part of Northfield is this?
The northwest, near the frontier.
I doubt that we get there in time, even if we left now.
You mean...
Their only hope is to abandon the village. That would buy us some time.
Right. So there's still hope.
Only if we hurry. Now, go and get ready.
You're dispatching the Blue Foxes.
We'll be expecting a reward, of course.
Of course.
How about it?
Mm-hmm.
What's this?
Not bad.
Got it.
Hey, uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. How about something like this?
How about this?
Understood.
Fred, what's the meaning of this?
Meaning of what?
You ordered a massive cavalry training ground to be built in the Eastfield grasslands. That area was meant to be used for testing modern magic from the continent.
Modern magic indeed. The Kingdom of Alatain has its ancient sorcery. We ought to focus on what we do best. And besides, we lack trained cavalry.
Modern magic is a weapon that both the Empire and the Alliance may wield against us. A weapon that is extremely easy to use. It would be unwise not to learn more about it.
Ancient sorcery is more powerful. It won't be outdone by some fad that any fool can use.
Really, Fred?
Worry not, Rias. Alatain shall fight as Alatain does best.
It's a noble thought, but it will see you left behind in this age of progress.
On the contrary, it shall bring about a new kingdom for a new era. You had better steel yourself for the future, Rias.
Listen, Fred.
What?
Never mind.
How about this?
Not bad.
Oh.
I expected no less.
Uh-oh, I'm in for it now.
You didn't come back to Elm last night, Castamere. What were you up to?
I heard about an establishment in northern Central Field that's famed for its beautiful girls. So I decided to go and see for myself. Our work was done. It was time for some sport.
Was this place in territory once controlled by Count Horace?
You keep tabs on this kind of thing too, eh? Nothing gets past you.
Horace ran a brothel where young women he'd abducted were forced to sell their bodies. I had thought that all such venues had been closed down, now that Duke Hende controls the region.
Some yet remain. Anyway, before you jump to any conclusions, I spoke to the girls there. They're all very poor and had no other options. Times of strife require sacrifice, they said. And when I heard that, well, I had to act. I set fire to the place and pilfered all its takings. I gave the coin to the girls, helped them escape, and ran like hell.
So you've been creating more trouble for us, I see.
I suppose they might work out that I did it. If that happens, I'll be sure to apologize.
On your head be it.
Let me be clear. I have no regrets. I will never allow damsels to remain in distress.
Be honest. You went there looking for a good time.
But of course, had the girls been agreeable, I would gladly have enjoyed an evening together.
I despair.
Thank you ever so much. A breakthrough! Remarkable!
Oh.
Unbelievable!
How about this?
No, well, it's just that...
What's the meaning of this?
This is a problem? Please take care of it.
I can't believe this.
Thank you ever so much. Remarkable! So, what do you think?
Hey.
Understood.
You got a moment?
I can't believe this.
Hold on. The truth is... Can I ask you a favour?
Ah, I suppose so.
Hey, come on. Yeah.
Indeed.
Come again.
Oh.
I'll show you.
Understood. Beginning advance. Here I go.
Take this! Enemy down! You see that?
Easy.
Relocating.
On my way. Go.
You thought I was just a greybeard.
On my way. Go.
Understood.
Moving
Beginning
into
advance.
positions.
Go.
Take this!
Form rank! Attack!
Be gone with you. Next time.
The fight begins.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
On my way.
Here I go.
That's it!
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right
Tight spot
position.
here.
This isn't really my style.
En route. Here goes!
Thought I was just a greybeard, huh?
Go.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Here I go.
Be gone with you.
I'm off at once. Yes, that I'm off at once.
Take this!
Here I go.
Here goes!
I'll show you. Thought I was just a greybeard, huh? Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Form rank! Attack!
Here I go.
Be gone with you. Next target.
Relocating. En route.
Take this!
Understood. Beginning advance.
Moving into position.
Moving into position. Here I go.
That's it.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Take this! Here goes!
Here I go.
Where is our next foe?
En route. Understood. Beginning advance.
Moving into position.
Take this!
On my way.
Relocating.
En route.
I'm off at once.
Here I go.
Got it.
I'll show you.
Take this!
On my way. Got it.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
On my way to becoming the best.
Amazing! Perfect! Incredible!
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Aye.
All better!
Those seem to be our monsters. Whereabouts are we?
Southeast of the village, quite a way away. There are no villagers anywhere to be seen, though. Are we too late? Did the monsters already attack?
We'll think about that later. First, we kill them.
Right.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Take this!
Home right! Attack!
Here I go. Weaker than expected. Relocating.
Here goes!
Where is our next foe?
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
Next target.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
On my way.
Take this!
Here I go. En route. Moving into position.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Take this!
I won't miss.
Target eliminated.
Take this! Understood. Beginning advance. Here I go.
Be gone with you.
Easy.
En route.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
Here goes!
Easy.
Understood. Beginning advance. Relocating.
I'll show you.
Understood. Beginning advance. Here I go.
Got it. On my way. Got it.
The fight begins! Here goes!
Take this! Here I go.
Not bad.
Got it. On my way.
Not bad.
Here goes!
Take this!
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
It would seem I've grown stronger. The monsters are defeated. Now back to Central Field.
What? Aren't we gonna search for everyone?
The fight took a lot out of us. Continuing in this state would be dangerous. More monsters could show up. We need to recuperate before searching for the villagers.
But...
It's not worth losing our lives to find them, Rickles.
I suppose you're right.
Rickles, I have news.
What is it, Andreas?
It's about the villagers from Northfield. One of my scouts has tracked them down. It seems they fled to a nearby settlement, and everyone is safe and sound.
Really?
Aye.
I can't believe it. This is such a relief. Thank you, Andreas.
I did nothing aside from defeat a few monsters.
That's not true. You also found the villagers.
I just didn't want you to get into trouble looking for them by yourself, that's all.
Oh, really? Well, whatever your reason, I'm eternally grateful.
En route! Take this!
I won't miss.
Take this!
Enemy down! You see that?
On my way. Go.
Be gone with you.
Next target.
Moving into position.
Be gone with you.
Target eliminated.
En route!
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
Got it. Is that all you have? On my way. Got it.
Here I go. You can thank me later.
Take this!
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Here, a bit of healing for you.
Moving into position.
Yes, that I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to I'm off at once.
On my way.
This isn't really my style.
Here I go.
Thought I was just a greybeard, huh? Yes, that looks to be the right position.
gone with you.
Long live the Empire!
Next target. On my way.
I'm off at once.
Take this!
Here I go.
Long live the Empire!
Where is our next fight?
Here goes!
Got it. On my way.
I took him down!
Live the Empire!
Got it.
Home right! Attack!
On my way.
Not bad. I'm off at once.
Take this!
Here I go. Understood. Beginning advance.
Enemy down! You see that?
Be gone with you. Next target.
Yes. Easy.
Long live the Empire!
I'm off at once.
Moving into position.
Got it.
This isn't really my style.
En route.
On my way.
Take this!
Yes. That looks to be the right position. I'll show you.
Take this!
Thought I was just a grey. I'm off at once.
Here I go.
Long live the Empire!
Weaker than expected. Understood. Beginning advance.
Got it.
This isn't really my style.
Here I go.
I'll show you. I'm off at once. Yes. I'm off at once. Yes. That looks to be the right position. Thought I was just a grey beard, huh?
On my way.
On my way to becoming the best.
Capture successful.
Oh.
Anyway.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down. On my way. Target eliminated.
I'm off at once.
Enemy down! You see that? En route.
Go. On my way.
Here I go.
Next target.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down.
Take this!
Next target.
Here I go. Understood. Beginning advance.
Home right! Attack!
I took him down!
Easy.
Relocating.
On my way. Go.
Enemy down! You see that?
I'm off at once.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
Here I go.
I'll take you down. On my way. Go. On my way.
En route.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Moving into position.
I'm off at once.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Take this!
Here I go.
Home right! Attack!
Relocating.
Enemy down! I took him down!
On my way. Be gone with you. I'll take you down.
Moving into position.
Here I go. Where is our next foe? Relocating.
En route.
Target eliminated. On my way.
Take this!
Here I go.
Here goes!
On my way. Go.
Take this!
I'll take you down.
En route.
Here I go.
Take this!
Be gone with you. I'll destroy you. You met your match.
Not bad. easy. It seems there is yet more to learn, even at my age.
All right, this'll do.
Uh-huh. This certainly feels better.
Aye.
We have received an order from Lord Councillor Kimball. The Westfield town of Eulden has been overrun with violence and theft. Our task is to restore order. It seems that mercenaries are to blame, many having lost their patrons in the faction conflict.
I have certainly heard tales of mercenaries left bereft by the passing of their noble masters.
I wouldn't be surprised if Archbishop Joshua were fanning the flames behind the scenes.
Will the princes stop at nothing to win the throne?
Regardless, our orders are clear.
Quinn, try to keep casualties to a minimum.
I make no promises.
Quinn!
Every last member of Victor's faction will die! Round up the Starish dogs and hang them high!
So much hatred and lawlessness. All because of the succession dispute.
Enough of this! We must be united against the Empire.
United? Very well. We shall all be united! Under Victor!
That's not...
Forget it. There's nothing you can say to change their minds.
I thought the alliance was bad, but this... I suppose this is what war does to a country.
Enough of the philosophizing. We need to focus on the situation at hand.
On my way.
Home right! Attack!
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I'll take you down.
Here I go.
Take this!
Go.
I took him down!
On my way. Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
En route. Moving into position. En route.
Home right! Attack!
Moving into position. Here I go.
Take this! I took him down!
I'll take you down. Next time. Go. On my way.
Enemy down! You see that?
This will serve as a staging point.
En route.
I'll take you down.
Take this!
Got it. On my way.
Here I go.
Target eliminated. Got it.
Thought I was just
Moving
a
into
grey
position.
beard, huh? I'm off at once.
En route. Moving into position.
Relocating.
I won't miss. I'll take you down.
Take this!
Take this!
I took him down! Enemy down! You see that?
Understood. Beginning advance.
This will serve as a staging point.
Ugh, they just won't listen!
But even if we deal with the situation here, it won't solve the deeper problem.
If only Prince Ivangar were alive.
Got it.
I'll show you.
Home right! Attack!
Oh, what's this?
On my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Attack!
Thought I was just a greybeard. I'm off at once.
Here I go. Weaker than expected.
I'll take you down.
Take this! I took him down!
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Understood. Beginning advance.
On my way. Is that all you have? On my way.
Where is our next foe?
Take this!
I'm off at once.
I'll take you down.
That's it!
Here I go.
Be gone with you. Next target.
On my way to becoming the best.
If this continues, the kingdom will crumble. Something must be done. Thank you for agreeing to meet me. What I'm about to tell you must be kept secret, at least until the time is right. Thus far, you have all known me as Frederick Lester. But this is not my real name. I am Levantia Shatham, fourth son of the late Rhaegal Shatham.
He can't be.
Fritz? A prince?
Is this really true, Andreas?
Let him explain.
I have kept quiet all this time because I thought one fewer prince would make life easier.
Does this mean... I had always thought that Prince Levantia had been assassinated when he was a child.
The one who was killed that day was Frederick Leicestershire, a boy of my age from House Leicester.
I don't believe it. How can you prove that this is true?
Look at my arm. This mark only appears on members of the Shatham family. This proves my lineage.
That's the mark of the blessed.
We all bore witness to the destruction that beset Yulden. I cannot abide this carnage any longer. It is time to fulfill my destiny as the true royal heir. Therefore, to right this kingdom's wicked path, I ask you all to lend me your strength.
What? Well, that's my son.
How can this be?
How can
Fritz from
That is one creepy
You're
smile.
really a prince?
Please stop that.
You're telling me that Blue Fox's leader is an Aladdin?
I'll have no part in it. I'm leaving. I've finally got a glimpse at your true intentions, Rias, and I for one shall not be caught up in it all.
Quinn!
The rest of you might want to consider following my lead. Rias, is this really what you want?
The Blue Foxes succeed in calming the situation in Yulden, but violent conflict continues to rage throughout DioField. Meanwhile, Archbishop Joshua deploys his fiercely loyal Templar Knights to Turnberry Meadows. Lord Kimball's troops march there to meet them, and the two factions confront each other head-on. Elsewhere, the Blue Foxes are called to a meeting, where Frederick reveals himself to be Prince Levantia, to the shock of the unit. Unwilling to support Frederick's bid for the throne, Walter Quinn leaves the unit. With the factional battle imminent, the Blue Foxes receive an order to eliminate the Archbishop.
Aye. However... What's that?
I cannot agree.
Aye.
Sorry. I cannot agree.
However...
However...
Enough.
Sorry.
Ugh. What's the matter, Estalt?
I've come a long way since I first met you. Haven't I, Andreas?
Well... yes, of course. There are few magicers in the unit who could claim to rival you. I had doubts about your mentality when you first joined, but those have since been dispelled.
Exactly.
Why do you ask?
Catherine's always treating me like a child, reminding me to pack my food before setting out, telling me not to go too far out on the front lines. She's so overprotective.
You've known each other a long time, haven't you? If she met you when you were a child, I can see how she might still see you that way.
But now I'm a soldier, and I can protect her.
Ah, I see how it is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Ignore me.
Hey, come on, what kind of ideas are you getting? It's not like that, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Don't worry. I won't tell.
You won't? Okay.
Something feels off lately. Don't you think, Rias?
Off? What do you mean?
The mood among the Blue Foxes. Everyone is so uptight. And I sense a rage under the surface. We've grown bigger, more prestigious. We ought to be better off than before. But for some reason, I'm feeling constantly on edge. Do you get that too?
The circumstances are hardly fit for relaxation, given that we face such formidable foes. Besides, we're a group of fighters. This isn't supposed to be a place of tranquility.
I know that, but back when we were founded, well, it just seemed that everyone was much more laid back and joyful.
Listen, Izzy. Our battles are only going to become more difficult. I thought we could count on you. But if you don't like the way the units...
Don't you dare finish that sentence, Rias. I've been with you from the start, and I have my pride as a mercenary and as a swordswoman. I'm sticking with you and Fred till the end, until I breathe my last breath. Got it?
And what if you had to pick between us?
Huh?
Nothing. Forget about it. What is it, Zoroark?
I was just thinking of the day when you and Fred first came to me. 1 minute you were on my doorstep, famished and bloodied. The next you were declaring your intention to fight as mercenaries.
It was Fred's father, Arlim, who told us to go to you. He said you were old friends. The journey nearly killed us many times over.
Yes, you seemed ready to fall over at any moment. But you had a fire in your eyes.
Fred more than I, to be sure. His family had just been murdered, after all.
Nay, I saw more fire in you.
Really?
Neither rage nor obsession, but a cool, unshakable, unwavering spirit. And it seems to have persisted to this day.
What are you trying to say, Zoroark?
I'm just glad you'll have my back, that's all.
Is that so? Iska, we must prepare to deploy. There are more rioters.
What is their complaint this time?
They claim to be clamoring for democracy, though perhaps that is merely a pretext. According to our scouts, all that is really going on is the usual looting.
More violence without justification, then. Very well. I'll get ready. I just hope you aren't twisting the scouts' words for your own ends.
Go and see for yourself.
I'm sure you'll be proved right. You always are.
Well, there they are. Do you see anything that contradicts the scout's report, Iska?
No, it is as you said. The only means of stopping them is force.
Good. As long as you're convinced. Let's go.
Aye.
That looks to be the right position.
I'll take you down.
I won't miss.
Take this!
Take this!
I took him down!
Where is our next foe?
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Form rank! Attack!
Here goes!
Got it. On my way.
Here I go.
Next target.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Target eliminated.
Moving into position.
Take this!
Here I go.
Here goes!
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'm off at once.
I'll take you down.
Yes, that looks to be the right
Target
position.
eliminated. On my way.
Form rank! Attack!
Here I go. Weaker than expected.
I'm off at once.
Got it. On my way.
Not bad.
I'll take you down.
Relocating. Here I go.
Target eliminated.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
This isn't really my style.
Next target.
I'm off at once.
Got it.
Here goes!
Here I go.
Take this!
Target eliminated.
Form ranks! Attack!
Relocating. Understood. Beginning advance.
Here goes!
that all you have? Next time.
This isn't really my style.
Go. On my way. Target eliminated.
Relocating.
Go.
I'll show you.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Take this!
I'm off at once.
Relocating. Understood. Beginning advance.
Thought I was just
Moving
a
into
grave.
position.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
En route.
Yes, I'm off at once.
All right! Attack!
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Here I go.
Take this!
Be gone with you. Target eliminated. Be gone with you. Next target.
Relocating.
Is that all you have? On my way. Go.
En route. Understood. Beginning advance.
On my way.
Relocating.
Yes, that looks to be the right. I'm off at once. Yes, I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'll show you.
I'll destroy you. You met your match. On my way. Go.
Thought I was just a grave. Huh? It seems there is yet more to learn, even at my age.
The rioters were no different from bandits in the end, though I suspect they were once genuinely concerned about their nation's future.
It's not our job to teach people how to behave. Fill your head with suspicions, Iska, and you'll lose focus. That could get you killed.
Thanks for the advice, but I shan't stop thinking for myself just yet. Rias, I must apologize for the other day.
Why?
For questioning what may have initially motivated those bandits we slew. I did my own digging and found that they were only driven by greed from the start. Lofty thoughts of bettering their nation's lot was never a part of it.
Is that so?
Perhaps I should take you at your word in the future.
That would be nice. Though I suspect your doubting nature will always be your main vulnerability, Iska.
Truth is,
It looks like we'll have to fight your old comrades, Catherine.
I cannot object. It was my choice to leave the church, and I do not regret it. The church's ostensible purpose is to provide succor to the people. Yet its energies are spent on political bickering. Might the world even be better off without it?
I cannot answer that.
Of course. My apologies. We should focus on the mission.
Yes. There will be ample time to contemplate more abstract matters should we survive.
Would you happen to have a spare moment, Andreas?
There is much to do, but yes. What is it?
My parents have asked me to return home to Northfield. They wish to speak with me. The visit would be fairly short, of course.
What do they want to discuss with you?
My resignation from the Templar Knights, I should imagine. I have not told them yet, but they may have heard rumors. My family has been devoted to the church for generations. They were so proud when I joined the Templars. God's own vanguard, they called it.
Then you can expect to be reprimanded if you return.
They will certainly be upset. But this is the path I have chosen, with much pain. I wish to tell them myself of my decision, even if they will not accept it.
Fine, if you must. But if you do not return, you will be discharged from the unit.
I understand. You needn't worry.
Very well then.
Lord Kimball has requested that we eliminate Archbishop Joshua ahead of their showdown. Lord Kimball is marching from Westfield with 6,000 troops. They will advance upon the Archbishop's encampment in Northfield, where he has a force of 4,500 stationed. Our units have been secretly deployed to Turnberry Meadows, ready to infiltrate Archbishop Joshua's base.
It would appear that Lord Kimball knows how to get the best out of us.
Perhaps so. But to what end? And will aiding him really benefit the nation as a whole?
Yes, the nation would benefit from being rid of turmoil. Therefore, it stands to reason that one side must prevail.
At what point do you plan to reveal your true identity, Frederick? Was your intention not to become king?
For the moment, I am solely focused on the fight at hand. Confusion will only lead to unnecessary casualties.
Very well.
Archbishop Joshua's base is over there. Good. It seems our approach has gone unnoticed.
To arms, everyone. We must eliminate the Archbishop.
I'm at a loss.
And what's more, of all things,
that's why.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Got it.
Take this!
Here goes!
I thought I was just a greybeard, huh? I'm off at once.
I'll destroy you. You met your match.
I took him down!
Smile upon
Moving into position.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Form right! May God smile upon us!
Easy.
En route.
Where is our
God
next
smile
one?
upon us!
Yes, that looks to be
On my
the
way.
right position. Oh, what's this?
Take this! En route.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Weaker than expected.
I'll destroy you. You met your match.
Moving into position.
Take this! May God smile upon us! Easy.
On my way.
I'm off at once.
En route.
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us!
Target eliminated. Got it. Be gone with you.
I thought I was just a greybeard.
Moving into position.
Absolutely not.
Go.
Form right! Attack!
On my way. I'll take you down. On my way. Go. Is that all you have?
Take this!
This isn't really my style.
Relocating.
The fight begins!
That's it!
No escape.
Impressive, no? Weaker than expected.
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us.
Target eliminated. Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us.
Next target.
Understood.
I'm
Beginning
off at once.
advance.
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us.
Target, is that all you have?
En route!
Yes, that looks to be
That's
the right
it.
position.
All right! Attack!
Get off me!
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us.
Next target. Be gone with you. On my way.
May God smile upon us.
Get off me!
En route!
Is that all you have? Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us.
Target eliminated.
Moving into position.
Yes, that looks to be the right. I'm off at once.
This isn't really my style.
You can thank me later.
Where is our
God
next
smile upon
relocating?
En route!
I'll take you down.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Get off me! No escape.
Impressive, no?
Be gone with you. Next target. It would seem I've grown stronger.
It seems Stars is nowhere to be seen.
The coward. I've word he's holed up at Harlig Lynn with an entire army to protect him.
If we succeed, Fred, then Victor will be the undisputed heir. What will you do then?
Once I have defeated Staris, I will tell the truth to my people. Then I will settle things with Victor.
Your actions will lead to a civil war. Surely you don't think I can go along with that?
We have a problem.
What is it, Izzy?
We've received word that Lord Kimball has been ambushed.
What?
So someone had the same idea as us.
But that's not all. They say Prince Victor has fallen.
The battlefield eats the weak. It seems he has paid the price for being a show general.
And what's more, the raiding force's commander was Walter Quinn.
What? Do you believe this, Rias?
I certainly do. We all know what Walter Quinn is capable of.
Lord Kimball was injured, but managed to escape.
We must make for his camp without delay.
Immediately after defeating the Archbishop, the Blue Foxes receive a shocking piece of news. While leading his army to an anticipated victory, Prince Victor is ambushed and slain by Walter Quinn, who, after leaving the Blue Foxes, is now leading a strike force that answers to Archbishop Joshua. Taking a leaf from her former unit's book, they had ambushed from the rear. The Blue Foxes make for Turnberry Meadows to join Lord Kimball. But by the time they arrive, Walter Quinn and her allies are already long gone.
Damn!
What a nuisance. Sorry.
Eradicate them.
What?
Good.
All right.
We must not tarry any longer. Harlig Lyn must be captured. Staris's remaining devotees will begin to rally quickly, and with force as soon as they receive word of Victor's death.
They need only the support of the majority of the council, and their man will be king. We have no time to lose.
We have word that Leomir, between Harleg Lyn and the capital, has been sacked. It seems likely that this was done by Walter Quinn, in an attempt to slow us down.
We must act now, else she may become unstoppable. She may even have killed Staris already.
I dread to think.
Let's go!
This is Leomir. I doubt we will find any survivors here.
Let's deal with the undead first. We can worry about survivors later.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'm off at once.
Witness my power! How's that?
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Form right! Attack!
I'll take you down.
I'm off at once.
Target
Thought I was just a grey
Moving into
beard,
position.
Be gone with you. Next target.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Go. On my way. Target eliminated.
En route. Witness my power! How's that?
On my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Is that all you have? This isn't really my style.
Here I go. Weaker than expected. Moving into position.
Go. On my way. Target eliminated.
This is unsettling, to say the least.
Focus. The enemy approaches.
Right.
On my way.
Relocating.
You can thank me later.
This isn't really my style.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'm off at once.
Form right! Attack!
Go. I'll take you down. On my way.
Relocating.
I'm off at once.
Understood. Beginning advance.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Form right! Attack!
Thought I was just a grey beard, huh?
Take this! Enemy down! You see that?
Understood. Understood. Beginning advance.
Easy.
On my way. Got it.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks... You thought I was just
On
a
my way.
greybeard, huh? I'm off at once.
Moving into position.
Relocating.
En route.
Be gone with you.
Next target.
Keep focused.
Moving into position.
I'm off at once.
Got it.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'll show you. I'm off at once.
Here I go.
Take this! Enemy down! You see that? I took him down!
Be gone with you.
Target eliminated.
Be gone with you.
Enemy down! You see that?
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Relocating.
I'll show you. I'm off at once.
On my way.
Take this!
Understood.
Target
Beginning
eliminated.
advance. Relocating.
Be gone with you.
Next target.
That's it.
Not bad.
Got it.
Moving into position.
Relocating. No escape. Impressive, no?
En route.
Next target.
I'm off at once.
Weaker than expected.
Moving into position.
This isn't really my style.
Got it.
Be gone with you.
Target eliminated. It's here.
I'm at a loss.
Push forward.
Understood. Relocating.
En route. You can thank me later.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Relocating.
Witness my power! How's that?
Form right! Attack!
Easy.
Reinforcements have come.
Damn!
En route! Moving into position.
Relocating.
I'll show you. I'm off at once.
No escape. Impressive, no?
I'll take you down. Target eliminated.
Oh, what's this?
Form right! Attack!
You thought I was just a graybeard, huh?
Next target.
Relocating.
Target eliminated.
En route!
Relocating.
Target
That's it.
eliminated.
You can thank me later. Moving into position.
I'm off at once.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Form right! Attack!
Easy. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I'll take you down. Next target. On my way.
I took him down!
Be gone with you.
Thought I was just a grave. I'm off at once.
It burns! I want to live!
Wait. Did it just...
No way.
It seems there is yet more to learn, even at my age.
Those undead. Were they the townspeople? The thought of the innocent being tormented, even in death, sickens me.
The undead have been dealt with. The path to Harleglin is clear.
This is it then. It is time to put a stop to Walter Quinn once and for all.
Indeed. Defeating her is our priority now. Let's get it done.
The undead of Liamir proved to be the corpses of the townsfolk, raised by necromancy. Enraged at this scene of utter depravity, the Blue Foxes march on Halig Lyn. Despite further encounters with the relentless undead, raised from hamlets along the way, the Blue Foxes arrive at their destination not a moment too soon.
Our mission is simple. Storm the church's headquarters and eliminate Walter Quinn and Staris.
Halig Lyn is built like a fortress, but its layout is rather simple. A direct approach will serve you best, provided you can deal with any undead you'll encounter.
Riaz, are you all right?
Believe me, your reluctance is understandable. What are you talking about? I'm not the least bit reluctant.
Good. Then we can be off. Let's go.
For such a magnificent church to lie in ruin is one thing, but for it to be infested with undead. This place is like hell on earth. Like something from an ancient myth.
Walter Quinn probably feels at home here.
Indeed. She is doubtless laughing at us as we speak. Let us...
Oh, no!
It can't be.
Nothing personal. Moving into position.
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
Witness my power! How's that? Enemy down! You see that? En route!
Got it. On my way. Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Understood. Beginning weaker than expected. Relocating.
All right! Attack!
Moving into position.
Understood. Beginning advance. Relocating. No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
I'm off at once.
Enemy down! You see that?
Yes, that looks to be the right... I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Take this!
I'll teach you a lesson!
I took him down!
I'm off at once.
I won't miss.
Next target.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Oh, I get it. Damn, I'm down. Not bad.
I'm off at once.
On my way.
Moving into position.
I'll take you down.
I'll teach you a lesson!
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Enemy down! You
Be
see
gone
that?
with you. Next target.
I'm off at once.
Got it. On my way.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Got it. On my way.
Relocating.
Take this!
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe? Understood. Beginning advance.
Here goes!
I'm off at once. Oh, what's this?
Understood. Beginning advance.
This is bad. Next target.
You can thank me later.
On my way. Got it.
I'm off at once.
Is that all you have?
En route!
Weaker than expected. Relocating.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
All right! Attack!
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
Witness my power! How's that? Enemy down! You see that?
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
I'll teach you a lesson!
Easy. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Here goes!
I'm off at once. Thought I was just a greybeard, huh? I'm off at once.
This isn't really my style.
Relocating.
Witness my power! How's that?
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next? Understood. Beginning advance. Relocating.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
This isn't really my style. I'll destroy you.
You met your match. Next target. It would seem I've grown stronger.
We fought hard to get this far, but it seems we're nearly there.
Yes. Now we must head into the sunken hall of Neworth, the very heart of Harleglin.
Our final meeting with Walter Quinn awaits.
Right. Let's go.
Damn! But...
Rias, I'm...
Aye.
Just what were you thinking?
So...
Understood.
Yes,
Beginning advance.
that looks to be the right position.
I won't miss.
All right! Attack!
Witness my power! How's that?
Long live the Empire!
Enemy down! See that?
On my way.
Thought I was just a grave. Easy.
Long live the Empire!
Got it. On my way.
I'll teach you a lesson!
Witness my power! How's that?
Long live the Empire!
I took him down!
Thought I was just a grave. Easy. I'm off at once.
I'll teach you a lesson!
Relocating.
Moving into position.
No escape. Impressive. Weaker than expected.
Witness my power! How's that?
Long live the Empire!
Enemy down! You see that? Here I go. Get ready!
Long live the Empire! All right! Attack! Long live the Empire!
Thought I was just a grave.
Understood.
Huh?
Beginning advance.
En route!
Be gone with you.
Long live the Empire!
Next target. On my way. Got it. On my way.
Weaker than expected.
Live the Empire!
Be gone with you.
Long live the Empire!
Target eliminated. Be gone with you.
Long live the Empire!
Target eliminated.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Take this!
It is time. How was that? Thought I was just a grave digger, huh?
Be gone with you.
En route! Enemy down! You see that?
I'm off at once.
Go. I'll take you down.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Moving off! I'm in a tight spot here!
Understood.
Beginning advance.
This isn't really my style.
On my way. I'll destroy you. You met your match.
No escape. Impressive. Where is our next foe?
Understood. Beginning advance. Relocating.
You thought I was just a graze eater, huh?
Beginning advance.
En route.
Relocating.
Easy.
Relocating.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I'll destroy you. You met your match.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once. I'm off at once.
Relocating.
Be gone with you. I'll take you down.
Enemy down! You see that?
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
En route.
That's it! Take this!
Moving into position.
This isn't really my style.
Understood. Beginning advance.
En route.
Be gone with you. Next target.
I'm off at once.
Relocating.
That's it!
Be gone with you.
Take this!
Yes, that looks to be the... I'm off at once.
Be gone with you. Be gone with you.
Next target.
Looks like I've improved again.
Teach you a lesson!
Here I go.
I'll take you down.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'm off at once.
On my way. Go.
Relocating.
Be gone with you. Destroy you. You met your match. Target eliminated.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
On my way. Go. On my way. Go.
Take this!
Understood.
Next
Beginning
target.
advance.
On my way. Go.
Relocating.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
I'll take you down.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
Take this!
No escape. Impressive, no?
I'll take you down.
It is time. How was that?
Moving into position.
On my way.
The fight begins.
Go.
Here goes!
On my way.
That's it!
Go.
You can thank me later.
I'll teach you a lesson. Easy.
On my way. Be gone with you. Target eliminated. Go.
You can thank me later.
This isn't really my style.
Understood.
my
Beginning
way.
advance. Relocating.
I'm off at once.
Moving into position.
Take this!
Understood. Beginning
En route.
advance.
Go. I'll take you down.
Relocating. No escape. Impressive, no?
It is time. How was that?
I'll destroy you. You met your match.
Moving into position. Witness my power! How's that?
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right
En route.
position. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be
Moving
the right
into position.
I'll show you.
Beginning advance.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated. It would seem I've grown stronger.
Walter Quinn is waiting for us. Let's finish this.
Aye.
Rias, are we really doing this?
It's what we came here to do.
She has become too great a menace. If we can't subdue her, only one option will remain.
Right.
To reach Walter Quinn, we'll have to break through 2 gates. However, she'll doubtless have some surprises in store.
I know. And I don't think they'll be pleasant ones. Take you down.
I'll teach you a lesson!
No escape. Impressive, no?
my power! How's that? Enemy down! You see that?
I'm off at once.
Be gone with you. Next target. I'll take you down.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Got it. Capture successful.
I'm off at once.
On my way.
Oh, what's this? Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
Get off me!
Got it. On my way.
Here goes!
This isn't really my style.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Easy. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I'll take you down.
Relocating.
I'll teach you a lesson!
En route!
Where is our next
Moving into
foe?
position. Base captured!
First things first.
An ambush. Of course.
There's more to this than meets the eye. Stay vigilant.
Understood. Beginning advance.
You can thank me later.
All right! Attack!
No escape. Impressive, no?
I'll take you down. Target eliminated.
I'm off at once.
En route!
Relocating.
Take this!
Not bad.
Be gone with you. Next target. I'll take you down. Next target.
I'll teach you a lesson!
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Moving into position. Where are my allies?
I'm not going
Target
down
eliminated. On my way.
that easily.
Be gone with you. Next target. Go.
En route!
I'm off at once.
This isn't really my style.
Yes, that looks easy.
I'll teach you a lesson!
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position. Thought I was just a greybeard, huh? I'm off at once.
Go.
Understood. Enemy down!
Beginning advance.
Moving into position.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Take this!
Here I go. Relocating.
Go. Go.
Yes,
Capture successful.
that looks to be the right position.
Relocating.
Base captured!
At last. The path ahead is clear.
You took your time. I was getting tired of waiting for you.
Walter Quinn!
Rias, do you remember when you asked me to join your unit? You knew what I was from the very beginning. And yet you still asked. As for me, I knew right away that life with you would be more interesting than life without you.
Nonsense.
It's not too late, you know. You could still help me bring an end to this dull world.
You're being childish. Even if you destroy this world, nothing will change.
What do you want to change? Please, enlighten me.
Go. I'll take you down.
Moving into position.
Is that all you have?
Form right! Attack!
En route. Moving into position.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Witness my power! How's that? Enemy down! You see that?
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
On my way.
Here goes! Moving into position.
This isn't really my style.
En route.
I'm off at once.
Next target.
Yes, that looks to be the... I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Here goes!
On my way. Go.
Enemy down! You see that?
Relocating.
On my way.
Form right! Attack!
Moving into position.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Go.
En route.
Is that all you have? This is bad.
I'll show you.
Begone with you.
I'll teach you a lesson! You thought I was just a greybeard, huh?
Begone with you.
Next target.
Begone with you.
Target eliminated.
You can thank me later.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once.
En route!
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down. On my way. I won't miss.
Relocating.
Begone with you.
This won't do. We must retreat.
Next target.
Scion of ruin and slaughter, stray of hell, give me your body, serve me well! Well, Rias, how about you all play for a bit?
Walter Quinn, wait!
I'm off at once.
You can thank me later.
Got it.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Begone with you.
On my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'll teach you a lesson!
No escape. Impressive, no? Here goes!
Witness my power! How's that? I took him down!
Relocating.
Is that all you have?
Moving into position.
Got it. Next target. On my way.
Yes, that looks
Target
to be
in.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the I'm off at once.
Got it.
Not
On my
bad.
way. I'll take you down.
This isn't really my style.
Take this!
Be gone with you.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'll show you.
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Target eliminated.
Looks like I've improved again.
I'll go after Walter Quinn.
Got it. We'll take care of the stragglers.
I wish I could see the look on your face. Don't worry. You'll see me again before long. I promise you.
Realm of Reformation. Over the 200-year reign of the Shatham dynasty, the crown has passed 10 times from father to son, with the rightful heir within the royal bloodline always indicated by the Mark of the Blessed. The mark is a signifier of magical ability and is believed to denote persons of unique power. With the rightful heir, Prince Ivangar, slain on the battlefield, his 2 unmarked siblings vie desperately for the throne. Civil war results, rendering the once mighty Alatain divided and weak. After bringing down Walter Quinn, the Blue Foxes discover the remains of the third-born prince, Starris Shatham. They bury his body, clean up the carnage at Haleg Lynn, and prepare to return to Central Field. With the princes dead and the future of the kingdom in doubt, Frederick makes a startling announcement, one that will change the nation. He is Levantia Shatham, the 4th-born prince. News that a beloved blue fox was in fact a royal greatly excited the people of Alatain, and many started to look forward to the start of his new reign. But while the common people rejoiced, a schism formed amongst the members of the Lord's Council. However, even those who doubted the veracity of Frederick's claim struggled to argue against a successor bearing the mark. To settle the matter, Andrea seeks the aid of Hezelia Shatham, Levantia's younger sister.
Then what?
Why, yes.
Of course.
Of course.
Indeed.
I suppose so. Anyway.
Really?
Indeed. How about this?
Understood. I have a document for you, Andreas. It summarizes the recent situation. I also have enclosed reports from all units. Please look them over.
Very well. Umarida, we're going to have to work closely together from now on. You will be my mediator. I cannot ask this of anyone else.
All right.
I hope you are prepared. This is a critical moment. The fight ahead will be unlike anything that has come before, and it will be bloody.
I am well prepared. All I wish for is to keep fighting alongside you.
But what if I am unprepared?
Then so be it. Whatever you decide from now, I shall simply follow.
Then you are well prepared indeed. Prepared to put your life in my hands.
Yes, exactly.
Are you Andreas Ronderson of the Blue Foxes?
Who are you?
My name is Chapelman. I'm an evangelist of Nathal, come from the continent. Is it true that the Blue Foxes take requests from civilians?
It depends. We're no longer mercenaries, but knights serving the Lord's counsel.
There is a massacre taking place in Eastfield. A noble intends to burn a village to the ground.
I have heard tell of this. This is on the coast at Sulish.
Aye. The locals, thrown to and fro by constant conflict, petitioned the aid of their lord, but he denied their entreaties, perhaps out of fear. As a result, the people revolt. Knights have been dispatched. I fear the worst for the villagers.
Our new standing means we tend to avoid tangling with nobles.
And God has truly forsaken them. Oh, how cruel the world can be.
What can you offer as payment?
Would the latest information from the continent be of interest to you? Details on the Imperial and Alliance plans for this island, for example.
You have a deal. We will deploy in secret.
So you will take my request? Thank you, and praise be.
Now that's not an expression I've seen before.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You really didn't want to kill Lady Walter Quinn, did you?
There was no other option. If we could have continued working like we had, then of course I wouldn't have killed her.
This is none of my business, but I've never seen you get emotional before.
You're right, it's none of your business. Leave me alone.
Just a moment, I've more to say. The Blue Foxes have grown. Not long ago, you were mercenaries, taking on bandits. Now you're burdened with the fight for the kingdom's survival. Communication can suffer when an organization grows. People develop conflicting opinions.
What are you saying?
I think I've come to understand you a little of late. And my conclusion
is that you shouldn't let Lady Walterquin's death bother you this much.
It doesn't bother me at all.
Good to hear.
Seems your fellow democratic activist, Galvin Yahavo, has gone into hiding. What did you know of this, Tremina?
Yes. He escaped from prison, didn't he? And with assistance, or so I've heard. Are you implying that it was me who helped him? I did no such thing.
Can you prove it?
Galvin and I cooperated as we strove to better the nation. But our views are quite different. I thought we were on the same page at first. But Galvin's group became more and more strident. Before long, they were using force to silence anyone who didn't agree with them. There can be no democracy without discourse. He ignored that, and I cannot forgive him.
There wouldn't have been many people who'd want to help him escape. Then...
What do you mean?
It seems likely that the one who aided Galvin didn't agree with his views, which makes his actions even more perplexing.
Who exactly are you referring to?
Who indeed?
And what do you intend to do with him?
Nothing. There is no need. The democratic movement has failed, and Galvin is no longer a threat.
I see.
We've been asked to deal with some bandits. We'll be departing immediately.
Where to, exactly?
The Eastfield Coast. It's an area that's fallen under pirate control in recent years.
I see.
Is something the matter, Lorraine?
No. A request is a request, after all. It's just that you usually have some ulterior motive for taking them on.
Do you really think me so scheming?
No, of course not. Forgive me. All I mean is... well, I just hope you feel you can confide in me. I am a non-combatant, after all. Even if there are things you wouldn't tell the others, I might have impartial advice to offer.
All right. Thank you.
Why did the pirates choose to set up camp here, I wonder?
There was once a village in these parts. It was razed to the ground, but its location would be ideal for attacking the surrounding area.
That would explain it.
The pirates are terrorizing the nearby populace. We must eradicate them wherever they hide.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm off at once.
Form right! Attack!
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
No escape. Impressive, no?
I'll take you down.
Take this! I took him down!
Got it.
I'll teach you a lesson!
Easy.
Enemy down! You see that?
Relocating.
I'll take you down.
Form right! Attack!
Thought I was just a
On my
grade.
way. Got it. On my way. Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Got it. On my way. Got it. On my way. Be gone with you. Next target.
I'm off at once.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I'll teach you a lesson!
Witness my power! How's that? Enemy down! You see that? Here goes!
On my way. Got it.
I took him down!
I'm off at once.
Form right! Attack!
Relocating.
I'll show you!
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I'll take you down. Is that all you have?
I'm off at not bad. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Here goes! Witness my power! How's that? Enemy down! You see that?
Where is our next foe?
On my way.
Moving into position.
Got it. Is that all you have?
I'll teach you a lesson!
No escape. Impressive, no?
Be gone with you.
Easy.
On my way.
On my way to becoming the best.
Our work is done. We should head back.
Listen, Andreas. I saw you staring out to sea a short while ago. It looked like you had something on your mind.
It's nothing.
I feel like you're hiding something beneath that stoic demeanor. Sadness, perhaps.
And I feel you have a bad habit of saying everything that comes to mind.
I'm sorry, but even so...
Enough, Lorraine. It's time to leave.
Andreas, I've been thinking about our ordeal with the pirates in Eastfield.
What about it?
It seemed to me that the area was important to you somehow.
What makes you say that?
The other day, I was going through the Duke's library and I found something interesting. Apparently, before the Shatham dynasty unified DioField, there was a royal house known as the Shuckbolts. Have you heard of them? The Shuckbolts would eat small amounts of jade from a very early age. In doing so, they developed extraordinary magical and physical abilities. Such extraordinary powers came at a great cost, however. Most children in the family went mad long before they could wield any such abilities. And so the Shuckbolts dynasty fell to ruin not long after its founding.
What does this have to do with what happened in Eastfield?
The Shuckbolts had all but disappeared after centuries of war, and by the time the Shatham dynasty rose to power, it's believed that the few remaining members of the dynasty had settled in a remote village.
And you're saying that you know where that village is?
Yes. After many years of searching, the Duke managed to locate it. I don't know what happened there, but you...
Lorraine, say no more. This is all just in your imagination. Enough. I don't want people prying into every last detail about my life.
My apologies.
The village is over yonder.
All right, let's move.
Relocating.
All right! Attack!
No escape. Impressive, no?
I'll take you down.
Glory to Alatain!
Next time.
I'm off at once.
On my way. Go. Be gone with you.
Glory to Aladdin!
Target eliminated.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Enemy down!
To
You see that?
Aladdin!
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down.
Take this!
Where is our next
To Aladdin!
I'll take you down.
Glory down!
To Aladdin!
Yes, that looks to... I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the
On my
right
way.
position.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Moving into position.
Next target.
To Aladdin!
Go. I'll take you down.
Where is our next
To
point?
Aladdin!
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'm off at once.
All right! Attack!
I'll take you down.
Glory to Aladdin!
Next target.
Relocating. The fight begins. No escape. Unexpected.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
I'll destroy you. You met your match.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Unexpected.
To Aladdin!
I'm off at once.
Go. On my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Witness my power! How's that?
I'm off at once.
Here goes!
Glory
I was just
to
a
Aladdin!
grave
Beginning advance.
Easy.
Go.
Relocating.
En route! Take this!
Relocating.
I'll show you.
Be gone with you.
Here goes!
I'll teach you a lesson! To Aladdin!
Thought I was just a grey beard, huh? Yes, that looks to be the right position.
No escape. Impressive, no? Weaker than expected.
You have done the people of this village a great kindness. Now perhaps they can find salvation.
You must tell no one of our involvement.
I shan't speak a word.
And I'd like you to come visit me at Elm Camp. Could you do that?
Well, I suppose so.
Why do continental evangelists seek to help people of this kingdom, Chapelman?
We evangelists are servants of God. We seek to lessen suffering, no matter the sufferer.
Is it typical for a preacher to have detailed knowledge of Empire and Alliance movements? And how exactly did you become so accomplished a fighter?
You noticed then? As a young man, I fought as an Alliance soldier, but war took its toll on my soul. And I decided to trade my weapons for the Holy Book.
I see. But you were no ordinary soldier, were you?
Seems I can hide nothing from you. I was in fact a spy, posted within the Empire. There, I learned to control wyverns, becoming a Knight of the Skies.
A wyvern rider. Chapelman, if you truly wish to help the people of this island, join us. You'd achieve more as part of the Blue Foxes than you would alone.
Well, the thought had crossed my mind, I must say. And I should be honored to join you.
You seem troubled, Fred. Is something on your mind?
Do you really think she will fall for this? That she will believe I am her brother?
We have nothing to worry about. Princess Hezelia was a baby when she last saw Levi. She won't remember his face. Besides, she is a timid and obliging sort. So long as you possess the mark, she won't doubt you.
And if she does?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There are many options open to us.
Just what are you suggesting?
Calm down, Fred. She will believe you, I promise. Anyway.
Yes, indeed.
The second and third born princes are dead, along with their supporters. What do you intend to do now?
We rescue Hezelia Shatham, King Rhaegalt's youngest child.
Hezelia Shatham? The Phantom Princess?
Only she can affirm Fred's lineage. She's our last hope.
The princess is locked away in Beazle Tower, in the mountains between Westfield and Centralfield. Victor's former supporters have holed up there and may wish to use his sister for political ends.
And by political ends, you mean putting Hezelia forward as the true heir to the throne? Is that about the sum of it?
Precisely. We need to stamp that fire out before it blazes out of our control.
So you're saying we rescue her and have her back up the claim that Fred is Levantia? I must say that it's quite the scheme.
I'm the only one she has left now. She'll want to help her brother. I'll go alone if I must.
Don't worry, Fred. This will all work out.
Oh, I'm not worried. Not in the slightest. Over there.
Damn. Right then, shall we begin?
Relocating.
Take this!
No escape. Interesting. Weaker than expected.
Moving into position.
On my way.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
En route.
Be gone with you.
Glory to Alatain!
Target eliminated.
I'm off at once.
Relocating.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Form right! Attack!
I'll take you down.
The fight begins. No escape.
Take this!
Glory to Alatain!
I took him down. Moving into position.
Next target.
To Alatain!
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Be gone with you.
Glory to Alatain!
Target eliminated. Got it.
I'm off at once.
There goes!
Moving into position. Take this!
Hurry up and die!
I'll take you down.
I took him down!
On my way. I'll destroy you. You met your match. Next target.
En route!
Yes, that looks to be the right... I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Be gone with you.
Oh, what's this?
Relocating.
I won't miss.
I'll teach you a lesson. Duality.
Easy.
En route!
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Capture successful.
That is our objective.
Yep.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Understood. Beginning advance.
All right! Attack!
On my way.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Witness my power! How's that?
Glory! Duality!
I took him down! Get off me!
Bad. I'll show you.
I'll take you down.
Glory! Duality!
Target eliminated.
Moving into position.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Relocating.
Not bad.
Next target. I'll take you down.
En route.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated. I'll take you down.
Yes, that looks to be the right position. I'm off at once. Yes, that looks to be the right position.
Be gone with you.
I'm off at once. Yes, that looks I'm off at once.
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Got it. On my way. Be gone with you.
Glory to Alatain!
It seems there is yet more to learn, even at my age.
Who are you?
Princess Hezeliah. We bear the same mark. Look.
The Mark of the Blessed?
Yes. My name is Levantia Shatham. Your brother. Sister, your incredulity is understandable. We were but children when last we met.
My brother?
Princess Hezeliah, we have something to ask of you. Would you accompany us to Central Field and attest that this is your brother, Levantia Shatham?
You mean I can be free of this place?
Indeed. We have come to release you.
Please.
Very well, I shall do as you ask.
The Blue Foxes rescue Princess Hezeliah Shatham from her imprisonment in Beazle Tower and bring her to Central Field to testify in front of the Lord's Council. There, she confirms that Frederick Lester is in fact her brother, Prince Levantia Shatham. The Council are suitably convinced, and proceedings for the coronation officially begin. Meanwhile, Empire-occupied Dagland Trading Port is no longer beset by violent chaos. An eerie quiet falls. Then, news arrives. The Empire is marching north.
Before long, Fred will be king. And that has made me realize that I have lost sight of what I am fighting for.
What do you mean?
I have no regrets about the path I've chosen, but I'll not become his pawn. After all, I have no idea what his intentions might be.
Who are you talking about? Frederick? You mean to say you would not support the new king?
Oh, it's not Frederick's intentions that worry me.
Listen, Iskarion. I really believe that our unit is going to bring peace to this kingdom. If you think differently, then perhaps you could share your concerns with me. Iskarion.
May I speak with you a moment, Andreas?
What do you need?
You are no doubt aware that the religions of the Rotail mainland differ from our church.
Are you referring to the evangelists of Nathel?
Yes, and many more besides. There are idols the world over. These are inspired by various cultures and traditions and revered as guiding symbols.
All right, but what's your point?
The God I believed in is not the only one. This contradicts everything that I had held to be true. But I cannot simply choose a different God instead. Doing so would have no meaning.
So what will you believe in?
I shall believe in myself, of course, and in what I see with my own eyes.
You know, I have often worried that you were too naive, too easily led astray. But perhaps at last you're starting to grow beyond that.
Yes, perhaps so.
Thank you for your help yesterday, Your Highness.
Oh, I did not do much.
Is there perhaps anything we can do for you in return?
No, I do not think so.
Nothing at all? Then, if I may, I would like to ask you a question. With your skill in the magical arts, could you not have escaped your confinement of your own accord?
Perhaps, yes.
Yet you did not. Why was that, Your Highness?
I do not know.
Well, it is all in the past now. In any case, I would like to request something of you.
If you shall allow me to remain with you, I shall do whatever you ask.
Would you not care to hear the details before agreeing?
I do not think you would task me with anything that I would be unable to do.
Very well. But I must ask, why is being with us so important to you?
Levi is my brother. Surely it's only natural for us to want to be together.
I suppose so.
Listen. I ask this of you.
No.
Oh.
However,
How does that sound? No.
Sorry I'm late.
How go the plans for the coronation?
Well enough, but selecting the new Archbishop of the Granville Church is proving difficult.
Oh, you need not worry about that. The matter has been settled.
Then let us speak of the mission.
Very well. We have received word that the Imperial Army has begun to march north from Dagland. Their aim appears to be Riodale River, a location that would confer a major military advantage. However, you should be able to intercept them at Graves Basin, directly south of here.
And intercept them we shall, with Hezelia accompanying us, at her own behest, no less.
What? She's capable enough. She bears the mark, remember? She has no lack of magical talent.
In that case, it is only right that I lead our forces from the front.
How very fitting for a prince. Now let's get moving.
Everything all right, Hez?
Yes.
You understand that you are to heed our orders, yes? On the battlefield, we are your superiors.
Rias, Hez is a princess. Mind yourself.
Surely the lives of our troops should be prioritized over manners.
I have no complaints. Order me as you will.
Princess Hezelia, our objective here is to hold our line and wipe out the Imperials advancing on us. We must subdue the enemy force and ensure no more of our land is surrendered. To achieve this, we will need you to cover us with your magic.
Understood.
I shall go at once.
En route!
No escape. Impressive. Where is our next foe?
I'll take you down.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Be gone with you.
Target acquired. Right through the heart.
Enemy down! You see that?
Relocating. Understood. Beginning advance. Impressive, no? Weaker than expected.
I'll take you down.
Everyone, with me now!
Next time.
Headed to the location.
Relocating.
Moving into position. Take this!
I'll take you down.
Enemy down! You see that? That's it. Here goes!
Target enemy.
The Empire!
You can thank me later.
Reinforcements sighted.
Yes, indeed.
I understand.
Surely not.
Headed to the location.
I'll take you down.
I shall go at once.
En route!
Relocating. No escape. Impressive, no? Weaker than expected.
What's that? Headed to the... Our enemy is not to be made like... I shall go at once.
This isn't really my style.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Headed to the location.
En route! Take this!
I am resolute in my purpose.
Be gone with you. Next target.
Listen.
I object.
I ask this of you.
Understood.
I understand.
Moving into position.
Heading to the location.
Everyone, with me now!
The fight begins! No escape. Impressive. Where is our next foe?
I'll take you down.
Long live
Next time.
I should go at once.
Witness my power! How's that?
Begone with you. Target eliminated. On my way. I'll take you down.
Heading to the location.
I'm resolute in my purpose.
In a tight spot here. En route.
Please forgive me. It had to be done.
This isn't really my style.
On my way. I'll take you down.
Enemy down. You see that?
Looks like I've improved again.
Our enemies have been eliminated.
It seems the mark of the blessed is even more powerful than I imagined.
We must return at once.
We aren't going to take back the port.
Attacking now would be a fool's errand.
The troops in Central Field cannot be mobilized, and the disparity in numbers is too great.
But I cannot stand idly by whilst my kingdom's territory is occupied.
Calm down, Fred. You won't become king if you're dead.
Come on, Rias! We can't come all this way and then simply turn tail!
You would rather come all this way and die in vain. Our time will come. We must be patient.
Fred has been acting rather strangely of late, hasn't he, Rias?
You think so?
He is so eager, constantly on alert. He tries so hard, despite not yet being king.
But soon he shall be. It's only natural. Better to be eager than to be crushed by the responsibility.
It's just strange, seeing someone you know change so much. I miss the old Fred.
You needn't worry. He'll be back to his usual self before long.
And what about you, Rias? Are you okay?
What do you mean?
It seems like something inside of you threatens to snap.
Snap. If that is how it appears, then perhaps you may be right.
Just remember that I'm always here for you, Rias. Friends to the end.
Having defeated their vanguard, Frederick resolves to eradicate the Empire ahead of his coronation. In order to do so, he decides to ask the Alliance to supplement the kingdom's forces. Iskarion's ties with the Rotail Alliance mean that he is tasked with setting up the negotiations. They are to take place on the Kelling Peninsula in southern Southfield, far from prying Imperial eyes.
You wanted to see me, Andreas?
Ah, you Merida. Good. What can you tell me about our passage to Kelling?
I've scouted the route. Lorraine has the details. The only concern is a single nest of monsters.
Better a nest of monsters than to be surrounded by the Empire.
Also, we're working with the Alliance on this one. The Vermin army has a very bad reputation. Even if we succeed in repelling the Empire, we may have another headache to deal with before long.
I'm well aware of that. But no matter what transpires on that front, it should only serve to enhance our position.
I see, though I do not quite understand.
Are you feeling unwell, Princess Hezelia?
Why do you ask?
Fred relies on me to keep an eye on you, and you seemed lost in your thoughts.
I was just thinking how happy I am to be free.
It didn't seem that way.
You and my brother are close, aren't you?
Yes. We've been together since we were young.
So it's the closeness that comes from spending a long time in each other's company. My mother is the only friend I've had, apart from my handmaidens. She died some years ago. Though I suppose my brother Victor would come and visit from time to time.
And did he envy you for bearing the mark of the blessed?
I suspect he indeed did. I believe he planned to ask me to become his puppet upon the throne.
Would you have been willing to accept his proposal?
I think I would. As foolish as it sounds. I could have refused, but I doubt I would have done. That is the first time I've seen you laugh.
It's the first time I've laughed in a while.
Things really aren't looking good, are they, Andreas?
In Alatane or on the continent?
On both. Now, you're well aware of the situation in the kingdom. But I've gleaned some news about the war on the continent which may be of interest.
News of some import, one would hope, given the lengthy preamble.
Oh, most certainly. It seems the Imperials are planning an all-out attack on Allied forces. The Alliance has caught wind of this and is trying to prepare, but time is running out. The Empire's victory is assured. Most Alliance states are set to lose their sovereignty.
The Empire's conquest of the continent is moving along unfettered, then?
It is. And the reason for this continued success is known to everyone. Zivatian Shugel. He is their hero, guaranteeing victory at every turn and clinging on doggedly to the last. Alliance troops quiver at the sight of him and immediately cede their positions.
We Alatanians are no stranger to his might. Everyone knows about the defeat at Tagaria.
What if he were to visit these shores once more, demanding surrender? What would you do?
We fight. When next we meet, he shall not survive.
Ha! I'm glad to hear you say it.
Chapelman, I wanted to ask you about something.
Yes? What is it?
What prompted you to proselytize here on DioField?
My faith, that of Nathal, originated from the Old Communion on the Rotel mainland. The same origin as DioField's Granville Church, of course. But my church now differs drastically from yours. I doubt many here would accept our ideology.
Then aren't your efforts futile?
These are desperate times. When people cry out for salvation, ideology becomes immaterial. People have become more open-minded, more willing to listen to new ideas.
The more distraught the man, the more he clings to a new idol. It's exploitative.
You're overthinking things, Andreas. Believe me, all I want to do is help the people of this island.
If you say so. Could I have a word, Zoroark?
What is it?
You once told me that your leg was injured in combat with a knight. What manner of man was he?
I can't speak as to his character, but I shan't ever forget his appearance. He was a huge man, with scars across both cheeks. He had several companions with him, too. I was in the Royal Guard at the time. They had come to slay the king, I am sure.
A knight after the king's head? What reason would he have?
Who knows? Why are you interested?
No particular reason. Anyway, we have a mission coming up. It seems that an Eastfield noble's property was raided by armed robbers. We had best get ready.
Understood.
Izzy, we've got a job.
Very well. Where are we off to?
A monster-infested forest in western Central Field.
I didn't think Central Field had places like that.
It's long been used by mercenaries as a proving ground, to test whether they're up to snuff. Even Zoroark went there in his youth, I'm told.
Wait a minute. Is this mission about testing whether I'm good enough? Surely that's not necessary.
Of course not. We're only responding to reports of increased monster activity. People have been hurt.
Well, why didn't you tell me that to begin with?
Does the purpose of a mission affect your willingness to fight?
Of course. I can't just ignore people who are in distress.
Is that so? Then we had better get going. Their numbers are greater than was reported. Many seem to have become rabid as well.
How did it get this bad? Perhaps this is what happens if they aren't regularly culled.
That's plausible.
In which case, I suggest we reduce their numbers to 0.
Considering the disparity between our reports and reality, we best not push it too far. Our small unit can only deal with so much.
Don't worry, Rias. We have enough might to wipe them out in no time.
I shall go at once.
I'll take you down.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
I shall go at once.
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Next target.
Headed to the location.
On my way.
I shall go at once. Headed to the location.
Take this!
No escape. Impressive, no?
I took him down!
Got it. I'll take you down.
I shall go at
Target
once.
eliminated.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Moving into position. En route.
Allow me to show you what they can do. Are your eyes now opened?
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down. On my way.
Relocating.
Next target.
Moving into position.
Here goes!
Got it. On my way.
I am resolute in my purpose.
Let's see what you're made of. Where is our next foe?
On my way to becoming the best.
Ow, ow, ow! Took a few hits back there.
I told you to be careful, didn't I?
We got rid of all the monsters, though. I guess we are fit to be mercenaries after all.
Oh, that was still on your mind.
Let's make sure we let Father know, eh?
Aye. It seems our monster-slaying expedition earned us a letter of thanks from the local village.
Oh, really? That's fantastic. A fine reward for a good job done.
Zoroark is less than pleased, though. He says we've deprived young mercenaries of a chance to train.
Well, they shouldn't have been using a monster den like that in the first place.
He did say something else, though. He said the fact that you'd slain those rampaging monsters proves that you're a seasoned mercenary.
He said that?
Yes. He was adamant that I shouldn't tell you, though.
I can't believe he thinks that. I'm over the moon. And thanks for spilling the beans, Rias.
You're welcome. But don't tell Zoroark, all right?
Mum's the word.
Are those the robbers? One of them looks to be a knight.
It's him.
You mean... Zoroark, is that the man who injured you all those years ago?
Aye. I remember him well. From failed regicide to would-be robber. He was hardly the model of honor last we met, but he has sunk even further into the muck. I'll not suffer a depraved knight to live. Allow me to deliver him to his end.
He's yours, if you think you can take him.
I will not fail this time.
Relocating.
Everyone, with me now!
Witness my power! How's that?
Understood.
Enemy down!
Beginning
that?
advance.
Heading to the location.
I'll take you down.
I shall go at once. Heading to the location.
On my way. Target eliminated.
I shall go at once. Please forgive me. Time to be done.
Got it.
Relocating. No escape. Impressive, no?
Take this!
Now then, everyone. Let's do
Glory
this.
to Alatain!
Time to be done. The enemy unit has been vanquished.
Moving into position.
Relocating.
Glory to Alatain!
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down. Next target. On my way.
En route. Moving into position.
I am resolute in my purpose.
The enemy unit has been vanquished. Heading to the location. I shall guard once. Heading to the location.
I'll take you down.
Take this!
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
Got it. I shall guard once. Heading to the location.
I took him down!
I shall guard once.
I am resolute in my purpose.
You can thank me later.
Heading to the location. I shall guard once.
Be gone with you. Next target.
Moving into position.
Everyone, with me now!
No escape. Impressive, no? Weaker than expected.
I'll take you down. Got it. On my way.
Glory to Alatain! Time to be done. I am resolute in my purpose.
Heading to the location. I shall guard once.
That's it! You can thank me later.
Target
Glory
eliminated.
to Alatain!
En route.
I'll take you down.
The fight begins. No escape.
Glory to Alatain!
Where is our next foe?
En route. Moving into position. Take this! Here I go. Get ready!
Beginning advance. Relocating. Understood. Beginning advance.
Be gone with you.
Relocating.
I'll take you down.
Glory to Alatain!
Next target. On my way.
Moving into position.
Is that all you have?
En route.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Everyone, with me now!
Got it. On my way. On my way.
Here goes! Relocating.
Witness my power! How's that? I took him down!
To Alatain!
Moving into position.
Be gone with you. Next target.
Looks like I've improved again.
The enemy has been eliminated.
Your knight still lives, Zarawak. I will have him detained for questioning.
Kill him. He deserves nothing better.
We can kill him at any time. However, I am keen to learn his motives.
I'm sure they're nothing special. But do as you wish. My work here is done.
Very well. Thank you, Zarawak. We've finished our interrogation of that night, Zarawak. We learned nothing of use. It was simply a hunger for combat that drove him.
So he committed thievery and attempted regicide, simply in search of a fight.
Strange, I know, but not uncommon. I have met mercenaries with similar motivations.
I can understand it. There is a sense of joy that comes from being immersed in battle. Your foe's blood brings pleasure, and victory, ecstasy. He was a knight, and yet his thirst for that thrill turned him into a brute.
Zarawak?
Fear not, Rias. I shan't ever become so depraved.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
Good.
The aim of this mission is to rendezvous with the Alliance on the Kelling Peninsula in Southfield. We will approach from the southwest to avoid the Empire. It is a significant detour. Crazed monsters have been sighted along this route, so please proceed with caution.
Iscarian, who is the Alliance's representative?
It would appear they'll be sending our friend Commander Dalmatio.
Dalmatio. He was the one who turned on us after negotiations with Duke Hende broke down.
Is he really to be trusted?
Whether we trust him or not, he commands the majority of Alliance ships. We have no choice but to negotiate with him. We are the ones who suggested we work together. We shall just have to see what it is they demand in return.
And then decide on the spot whether those demands are acceptable.
Then that's our course. We must expel the Empire. We've taken the road less traveled. That much is certain. No chance of Empire surveillance here.
We do have company, though.
Aye, and plenty of it.
I see it now.
That's right.
That's true.
Into position.
I'll take you down.
Hurry up and die!
Forgive me.
Understood.
It had to be done.
Beginning advance.
En route.
I am resolute in my purpose.
Headed to the location. I should go at once.
Where is our next foe?
Moving into position.
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
I'll take you down.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Weaker than expected.
Usher God once.
Relocating.
I am resolute in my purpose.
Heading to the location.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Relocating.
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Next target.
Heading to the location. Usher God once.
Relocating. The fight begins. No escape.
I am resolute in my purpose.
Is that all you have?
Our enemy is not to be made. Please forgive me. It had to be done.
You can thank me later.
Got it.
How could this happen?
Oh, boy.
Moving into position.
This isn't really my style.
Relocating.
Usher God once. Heading to the location.
No escape. Impressive, no?
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Target eliminated.
Come now.
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Relocating.
On my way.
You can thank me later.
Hurry up and die.
Heading to the location. Usher God once. Heading to the location.
No escape. Impressive, no?
I'll destroy you. You met your match.
Usher God once. Heading to the location.
En route.
Usher God once.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Be gone with you. Next target. On my way.
General Commander of the Alliance Army. Dalmatio?
That I am, and the one claiming the throne of this desolate isle. That would be you, I take it.
Aye. Now shall we get to the point? Neither of us have time to waste on pleasantries. I want the Alliance fleet to attack Daglund's trading port from the east. And I want it to be done on the 1st of Whitsbreath.
Very well. We shall move at dawn, whether you are ready or not.
Understood. We shall be approaching from the north at the same time. A classic pincer movement.
Your requirements are crystal clear, good king. Now perhaps I should lay out our conditions. Firstly, free trade with Daglund. Secondly, leasing the Southfield jade mines. Nothing too onerous, I think. So...
'Tis a price worth paying to be rid of the Empire.
I agree, Fred.
Then it's settled. We will proceed with our plan.
Excellent. We have a deal.
Yes, and I shall expect you to stick to it.
The Blue Foxes meet with Commander Dalmatio of the Alliance on the Kelling Peninsula. And together, they agree on a plan for attacking Daglund Trading Port. Out of an abundance of caution, Andreas and Ascarian decide to keep the plan a secret. Dawn breaks on the day of the attack, and Alliance ships commence their naval assault on Daglund. Upon hearing of this, the Blue Foxes immediately convene in order to mobilize.
Aye.
I cannot agree. I see it now.
However, and what's more, apologies.
Is this a good time, Andreas?
What is it?
Well, I would prefer to speak somewhere else, away from prying eyes and ears.
That would arouse more suspicion. Go on, speak here.
Very well. There appears to be a group of spies or some such lurking around Elm.
Sent from the continent?
It seems likely.
Understood. I will have it investigated.
Thank you.
Look, Fred, I'm not sure I should be telling you this. Go on. We found the base of Prince Victor's special forces. They're in Westfield.
Huh.
They're barely functional, of course, with Victor and Kimball's factions all but finished. In fact, it seems they've resorted to doing black market work. What's your view, Fred?
You're asking me if I want to take my revenge.
Exactly. You should also be aware that many have abandoned their posts and are living normal lives.
Prepare to deploy.
Understood.
Andreas, I wish to make a request of the Blue Foxes. Would you be able to accept it, despite it coming from a member?
If the price is right.
In the backwaters of Northfield, children are being rounded up and kidnapped. It seems they are being taken by bandits and sold into slavery.
And there are buyers within Alatane. I cannot imagine such business being openly done here.
Indeed. Such an operation could not flourish here. The children are being sold overseas.
Tell me where.
But, Andreas, regarding the money...
We'll sort that out later.
All right. Thank you.
You need to prepare for battle tonight, Estalt.
We've got a job. Where are we deploying?
We're not going anywhere. We're expecting an attack by assassins. You're their target.
What? Why me?
The Granville Church is behind it. It would seem that you know too many of their secrets. So they seek to silence you.
Oh.
Don't worry. Our scouts have given us advance warning. We have ample time to prepare. We'll indicate your location to them, and then spring a trap.
So, I'm going to be bait, am I?
There they are. We mustn't let our guard down now.
Rias, what did you mean when you said you weren't sure if you should tell me about this?
I wondered if you might prefer not to act, given your current position.
Inconceivable. We must put these dogs down before they come back to bite us. And of course, the thought that those who murdered Levi and my father are living freely, it makes my blood boil.
Mine also.
Heading to the location.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down. Go.
Everyone, with me now!
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
The fight begins. No escape.
Be gone with you. Next target.
Relocating. Where is our next foe? Understood. Beginning advance.
Moving into position.
Relocating.
Heading to the location.
Everyone, with me now!
Understood. Beginning advance. Relocating. No escape. Impressive, no?
Take this! I took him down!
I shall guard once. Please forgive me.
Understood.
It had to be done.
Beginning advance.
Heading to the location.
Relocating.
Target eliminated. Go.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
I shall guard once.
Everyone, with me now!
On my way. I'll take you down. Next target. Go.
En route! Take this! I took him down!
I'll take you down.
Enemy down! You see that?
No escape. Impressive, no?
Weaker than expected.
Just when I thought I couldn't get stronger.
Is that the last of them?
Aye.
Victor and Kimball are dead, and the remains of their organization are now sundered. Levi and my father can rest in peace at last. Everything is in hand. I will not let them down.
I saw to it that the destruction of the village was attributed to bandits. There were no survivors. Not even family members. None will know that it was the Blue Fox's work.
There was no need for concealment. Those we killed were the lowest class of scoundrels.
Some in the unit had misgivings. I told them that this is part of what we do.
Let them talk. It may have been personal, but justice was dealt nonetheless.
Not everyone agrees, it seems.
Enough of this. We must move on to the next mission.
Agreed.
This seems to be where the slave merchants' collaborators are hiding out. I doubt they'd expect a group of fighters like us to venture this far north.
Indeed. It is likely the remote location that has allowed them to conduct their immoral business.
Listen, Andreas. I am ever so grateful that you agreed to help me. But I wonder, did you have some other reason for agreeing to my request?
No. Now come, before we're spotted.
Right.
A boost never hurts.
I should go at once. Everyone, with me now!
I'll take you down. Target eliminated.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I should go at once. Heading to the location.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Everyone, with me now!
Please forgive me. Done. It had to be done.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated. On my way.
I should go at once.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Weaker than expected.
Understood. Beginning advance.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
I'll take you down.
Allow me to show you what they can do. Are your eyes now open?
I should go at once.
Target eliminated.
Heading to the location. I should go at once. Heading to the location.
Be gone with you. Next target.
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
Got it.
Take this!
Everyone, with me now!
Please forgive me. It had to be done.
I'll take you down.
Relocating. En route. Moving into position.
Enemy unit has been vanquished.
Let's see what you're made of. Where is our next foe?
En route. Moving into position.
Heading to the location. I shall guard once. Heading to the location. I shall guard once.
Next target.
En route. On my way to becoming the best.
The enemy has been dealt with.
I interrogated a few of them. This appears to be naught but a branch of the main organization.
Then the slave trading will continue despite our efforts today.
Unfortunately so.
Oh.
Catherine, I wanted to talk to you about the Northfield kidnappings. How did you find out that children were being abducted?
I heard a rumor from friends at the orphanage back when I was with the Templar Knights.
I see. If any further such information reaches you, report to me at once. The organization remains in operation. We must continue to follow the trail.
It seems you really do have some special reason for wishing this matter resolved.
I told you before, it's nothing like that.
Deny all you like, but I can tell. And your resolve reassures me.
Think what you like. Are those the spies in question?
Yes, and they have yet to notice us, it seems. What should we do?
They are from the Trovelt-Shovian Empire. If word gets out they managed to infiltrate the kingdom, it would cause panic. We must act quickly.
Are you certain about this?
We cannot suffer Imperial spies to dwell on our territory unhindered. Do you object to that?
No, I do not. I understand.
I shall go at once.
En route!
Everyone, with me now!
I'll take you down.
Long live
Next time.
Understood. Beginning advance.
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
I shall go at once, heading to the location.
Go.
Moving into position. A bit of a boost never hurts.
I shall go at once.
En route!
I'll take you down.
Everyone, with me now!
I took him down!
Understood. Beginning advance.
Witness my power! How's that?
Long live the Empire!
I took him down!
On my way. Next time.
Long live
Go.
the Empire!
Be gone with you.
Long live the Empire!
Target eliminated.
Moving into position.
Heading to the location. I shall go at once. Heading to the location.
Long live the Empire!
I shall go at once.
Relocating.
Everyone, with me now!
I'll take you down.
Long live the
Target eliminated.
En route!
Be gone with you.
Long live the Empire!
Next target. I'll take you down. On my way. Go.
Take this!
Let's see what you're made of.
Moving into position.
Understood.
Our enemies want to be made right.
Everyone, with me now!
Go.
Heading to the location.
En route!
Be gone with you. Next target. I'll take you down. Target eliminated.
Moving into position.
Relocating. No escape. Impressive, right? Weaker than expected.
The spies have been dealt with. Several were detained, as per your orders.
Understood. I shall interrogate them later. Speak of this to no one. I do not wish to stir up more uncertainty.
Yes, I understand. Andreas?
What is it?
What happened with the Imperial spies we detained the other day?
They were but foot soldiers. They had naught of value to offer.
I see. So, what will you do with them?
They will stay in custody for now. We may be able to leverage them as hostages at some point.
Oh, I am relieved.
Hostages are a valuable commodity in war, Yumarida.
Of course.
Now, if there's nothing else...
Oh, yes. I'd best be off then.
The assassins are here, still unaware that their plans are known.
You'll protect me, won't you?
You can protect yourself.
What?
Isn't that why you chose to join the Blue Foxes?
You're right. I need to prove that I can fight without anybody's help.
Good. Now get ready.
Boost never hurts.
Heading to the location. I shall go at once.
I'll take you down.
Relocating.
En route!
Everyone, with me now!
Please forgive me. Heading to the location. Enemy unit has been vanquished.
On my way.
Moving into position.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down. Next time.
That's it.
I am resolute in my purpose.
Next time. On my way.
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
I shall go at once.
Target eliminated.
Heading to the location. I shall go at once.
Moving into position.
This isn't really my style.
En route.
Relocating.
Heading to the location.
En route.
Understood.
Our enemy is not to be made light of.
Take this! No escape.
Impressive, no?
Weaker than expected.
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
I'll take you down.
Everyone, with me now!
Please
I took him down!
It had to be done.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Next target.
Relocating.
I shall go at once. Please forgive me.
Understood.
It had to be done.
Beginning advance. Relocating.
En route! A bit of a boost never hurts.
I'll take you down. Is that all you have?
This isn't really my style.
Got it.
No escape. Impressive, no?
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Next target.
Just when I thought I couldn't get stronger.
Are you all right, Estald?
Yes. It looks like they're all dead now.
I took the last one prisoner. I'll force him to explain why they attacked Elm.
I'd be curious to hear their answer.
An interrogation is not something that a child should witness. I'll inform you later. Our fighting for today is done. Get some rest.
All right.
I've finished interrogating the assassin.
Huh?
They had indeed come for you. The Church investigates everyone who leaves their ranks, and anyone who is deemed to pose a threat is disposed of.
But that means...
Yes. Catherine was a target as well. Thankfully, the assassins were few in number, and we killed the vast majority of them today. They shan't be trying again soon.
I see. So, in a way, I did protect Catherine.
You could say that, aye.
It is time to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Lorraine, if you would.
The Vermin Navy has commenced its assault. This is our cue to proceed south. They will draw the Empire's attention outwards, to the sea. while we strike their headquarters in Dagland from the north.
I shall expel all invaders from my land. Let us begin.
The Vermin Navy is quite something. They seem to use the same modern magic as the Empire. And clearly the Empire sees them as a threat. They've left very few units behind.
It's all falling into place. It is time to rid DioField of the Empire, once and for all.
The enemy is trying to rally in order to hold their line.
We will have our work cut out breaking it, thanks to those weapon emplacements.
We must destroy them if we want to push forwards. Everyone, move out!
A boost never hurts.
Relocating.
No escape.
Impressive. Where is our next foe?
Moving into position.
Everyone, with me now!
Headed to the location.
I'll take you down.
Don't let the
Next
Empire!
Understood. Beginning advance.
Don't let the Empire!
I shall guard once.
I'll take you down.
Don't let the
Next time.
Empire!
Headed to the location.
I am resolute in my purpose.
On my way. Got it.
I shall guard once.
On my way. Target imminent. I'll take you down.
En route.
Got it. On my way. Next target.
Don't let the Empire!
Got it. On my way.
Relocating. Capture successful.
Moving into position. Base captured.
We've cleared a path through. We're not out of the woods yet.
Momentum is on our side. Let us press home our advantage.
of a boost never hurts.
As your god wants. Heading to the location.
I'll take you down.
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
I am resolute in my plan.
The enemy unit has been vanquished. As your god wants. Surely nobody will complain if I take this. Heading to the location.
Witness my power! How's that?
I am resolute in my plan.
The enemy unit has been vanquished. As your god wants.
Moving into position.
It has been captured.
Got it.
Heading to the location.
A bit of a boost never hurts. Moving into position.
Everyone, with me now!
On my way. I'll take you down. Next time.
As your god wants.
Witness my power! How's that? Enemy down! You see that?
I am resolute in my plan.
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
Relocating.
En route. Moving into position.
Capture successful.
That appears to be the last of the enemy forces.
Our victory is imminent. Once it is done, nothing shall prevent me from becoming king. Everyone, follow me!
Heading to the location.
En route. A bit of a boost never hurts.
Understood. Beginning advance. No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe? Relocating to the unexpected.
I'll take you down.
Everyone, with me now! Long live the Empire!
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
En route.
On my way. Got it.
Heading to the location. As your god wants.
Let's see what you're made of.
Take this!
Now then, everyone. Let's do this.
Everyone, with me now!
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Next target. On my way.
I took him down!
Live the Empire!
Let's see what you're made of. Understood.
Moving into
Beginning
position.
advance.
Witness my power! How's that?
Everyone, with me now! Long live the Empire! The enemy unit has been vanquished.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I should go at once.
I'll take you down.
That's it.
Heading to the location. I should go at once. Heading to the location. I should go at once.
Here goes!
Weaker than expected.
Heading to the location.
It would seem I've grown stronger.
I am Levantia Shatham, and I shall bring glory to Alatane.
I hope you have not forgotten our arrangement, good king.
No, I have not forgotten.
Very good. Then I believe there is nothing more to discuss.
Indeed not. I have preparations to take care of.
Yes, of course you do.
Having expelled the Empire with the aid of the Alliance, the Blue Foxes return to Central Field. A coronation ceremony presided over by the new Archbishop, Hezelia Shatham, is convened, and Frederick takes the throne as King Levantia Shatham, the 12th King of Alatane. But in the shadow of the pageantry, two men face off. Andreas has confronted Iscarion. Iscarion states his intention to leave the Blue Foxes, having become unable to reconcile his beliefs with the unit's actions. However, Andreas has no intention of allowing his departure. The two stare each other down. The tension in the air could have been cut with a knife. But in the end, Andreas relents. In the moments before departing, Iscarion thanks his former leader, but cannot stop himself leaving one final warning about the path their actions may lead them down. Unable to respond, Andreas watches as his former comrade walks away, once and for all. Iscarion had long been relied upon as the unit's chief coordinator, and his departure shakes them. But then, a scout brings an urgent message. It seems the Alliance forces stationed in Dagland Trading Port have started looting in Southfield. And Frederick's reign as king threatens to have a most inauspicious opening chapter.
Listen, Chapelman.
Yes, Andreas?
It seems someone wants you dead. Can you tell me why that might be?
Me?
We've received a written ultimatum. We are to deliver your severed head this evening, else Elm will be destroyed. You've doubtless made enemies over the years. Would any of them wish you dead?
My apologies. It was inevitable that this would happen, given all that I've done. I served as a spy in a foreign nation, and now I proselytize a strange religion. The Empire hates me, to be sure, and the Alliance may well consider me dangerous too.
I doubt the Granville Church thinks too kindly of you either.
If my presence is putting the unit at risk, we had better part ways.
No. You are a first-rate fighter and a Blue Fox. We cannot abandon you.
My deepest thanks. So, what is it you intend to do?
We shall proceed to the location mentioned in the ultimatum, with a small force in tow. Shivat, where are you going?
Honestly, Andreas, how do you manage to sneak up on people like that? It's frightening, really.
Answer my question.
You've heard of jade collectors, I suppose?
People who gather jade to use or to sell.
Indeed. Odd hobbyists who spend their days picking up rocks. A great number of Southfield nobles have a taste for this peculiar pastime.
So I've heard. What of it?
Much of the jade they collect contains a special energy used for ancient sorcery. Pearls before swine, I tell you. So I thought I'd snatch a piece or two away from them. I hope you don't mind.
A thief returning to his old ways, I see. You intend to sneak into a noble's manor?
I do. It's not as though they have a legitimate claim to their plunder.
You can't be trusted by yourself. I will accompany you.
Ha! You really are full of surprises, aren't you?
You ought not to go into battle in such a state, Tremina.
You understand why I'm upset, don't you?
Perhaps.
It's your fault. You caused Iskarion to leave.
Iska left of his own volition. I simply refrained from stopping him, that's all.
Why? Why didn't you do something?
Iskarion is a man who prizes his independence above all else. I always knew that we would part ways one day.
But you were friends. You'd fought alongside each other for so long.
Friends? I'm not sure he saw it that way. Anyway, I made an exception for Iskarion. I don't intend to accept any more resignations. And make no mistake, should he ever stand in my way, he will receive no mercy.
What do you mean?
You would not understand.
Wait! I'm not leaving the unit. I will stay and fight to realize the nation we dreamt of. I will show no mercy to those who cross me either. That includes you. Think of me as some expendable soldier you can use as you see fit, and you will regret it.
Very well. Do as you please.
This morning's bread tasted different, Andreas. Did you notice?
Yes. It was made with special wheat from a luge, imported via Southfield.
What about the fish that accompanied it?
I heard it was caught in an Eastfield bay and transported here while still fresh. Was it not to your...
And what is that yellow flower called, over by the entrance?
I don't know. Though I heard it was imported from the continent.
The world is such a vast place. Ever since I left Beazle Tower, every day greets me with 1,000 discoveries. I'm beginning to understand how little I knew.
You'll get used to it soon.
I suppose I will. The world is full of surprises, yet strangely agreeable. I wish I could keep feeling this way forever. Oh, I am sorry. I know not what I am saying.
No apology required, Your Highness.
Into position.
No escape. Impressive, no?
A bit of a boost never hurts.
Everyone, with me now!
May God smile upon us!
The enemy unit has been vanquished. Heading to the location.
I'll take you down.
Relocating.
May God smile upon us!
Enemy down! see that?
Heading to the location.
Everyone, with me now!
Let's see what you're made of. Where is our
May God
next foe?
smile upon us!
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us!
Next target.
Understood. Beginning advance.
En route!
No escape. Impressive, no?
I am resolute in my purpose!
Take this!
May God smile upon us!
Enemy down! You see that?
I'll take you down.
May God smile upon us!
Target eliminated.
Relocating.
I took enemy
May
down!
God smile
You see that?
Relocating.
Got it. On my way.
Everyone, with me now!
Understood. Beginning advance. No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
Take this!
May God smile upon us!
I took him down!
Got it.
May
than
God
expected.
smile upon us!
Pressure God once.
I am resolute in my purpose!
Now then, everyone. Let's do this.
Be gone with you.
En route! Take this!
May God smile upon us!
I took him down!
Pressure God once.
I am resolute in my purpose! May
Than
God
expected.
smile upon us!
Relocating.
Pressure God once. Heading to the location.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Pressure God once.
On my way.
Take this!
I'll take you down.
I took him
God
down!
smile upon us!
Target eliminated.
Relocating.
I'll take you down. Next
May
time.
God smile upon us!
Looks like I've improved again.
I see the enemy camp over there. It's quite large.
They clearly didn't expect us to accede to their demand. They're ready to fight. Good. If it's a fight they want, it's a fight they shall have. We'll eliminate them all.
Thank you, Andreas. And apologies to you and the Blue Foxes for all this trouble. God, I entreat thee, watch over us.
You're free to pray to your God in your own time, but I'll hear none of that nonsense now. If you want to save yourself and your allies, then trust not in God, but in your own ability.
Yes, very well.
On my way.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down.
I'm resolute in my power.
May God smile upon us!
Please forgive me. Heading to the location. I shall go at once.
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us!
Target eliminated.
Relocating.
Heading to the location. I shall go at once.
Everyone, with me now!
May God smile upon us!
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
No escape.
Impressive, no? Weaker than expected.
Moving into position.
Where
May
is our
God
next
smile
goal?
upon us!
On my way.
Heading to the location.
En route.
Hurry up and die!
I'll take you down.
I shall go at once. Heading to the location.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Take this!
May God smile upon us!
Enemy down! See that?
Be gone with you. Next target.
I shall go at once.
I'll take you down.
Everyone, with me now!
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us!
Target eliminated.
Understood. Beginning advance.
May God smile upon
It
us!
had to be done. Now then, everyone. Let's do this.
Be gone with you.
May God smile upon us!
Next target.
Heading to the location.
A bit of a boost never hurts. Moving into position.
I shall go at once. Headed to the location.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Relocating.
Be gone with you.
I am resolute in my purpose.
Enemy down! You see that?
Just when I thought I couldn't get stronger. The battle is over, though it seems some enemies were able to escape.
I'll send someone after them. Else we will never find out who our foe really is.
There seemed to be a great number of hired men. Were they of Alatane, then?
It is possible, though they could have been Empire or Alliance soldiers posing as mercenaries. We will get to the bottom of it either way.
Well, Andreas? Have we learnt the identities of those who wanted me dead?
Yes. It seems the order came from the continent.
I see. From the Empire or the Alliance?
Neither. The men we fought were Alatanian mercenaries hired by the Nathal Evangelists.
What?
It's rather comical. First, your church sends you to proselytize abroad. Then it deems you an enemy and tries to have you killed.
Comical is one word for it.
Can you think of why they would do this?
Perhaps they thought I had switched allegiance to Alatane when I joined the Blue Foxes.
Well, you've no place to return to now, and no reason to continue as a preacher.
Oh, I shall continue to spread my faith. To do otherwise would be a betrayal of my God.
As you wish. So long as you can fight, you are free to do as you like.
Thank you.
Is that the house?
Aye, and it looks like they have guards. We'll just have to take them out as we go. If that's all right with you, making enemies with a nobleman's knights could bring us trouble.
These are no knights. I've already checked. They are, to a man, scoundrel mercenaries who accept any unsavory job.
You've really done your homework, haven't you?
As have you. It was your scouts who told me.
Sneaky as ever, I see.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
I shall go at once.
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
Moving into position.
I'll take you down.
Please forgive me. It had to be done. Headed to the location.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Quicker than expected.
Headed to the location. Everyone, with me now!
Take this! Enemy down! You see that?
Relocating.
Pressure guard once. Headed to the location.
Be gone with you. Next target. Got it.
Pressure guard once. Pressure guard once.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Weaker than expected. Take this!
Everyone, with me now!
Be gone with you. Next target.
Moving into position. Enemy down! You see that?
I'll take you down. Next target.
Headed to the location.
Witness my power! How's that? I took him down!
So, this is the Collector's Jade, is it?
It's valuable stuff. What should we do? Just take a handful?
We'll take it as evidence and have the noble investigated. Hoarding this much jade is a crime.
How would that benefit us?
Well, it depends on how it's done.
Ah, all right, I see what you're saying.
I'm glad to hear it.
You really do plan out every last detail, don't you?
And you think this is something we have in common?
Well, it would be nice if it were.
The royal government has confiscated all the jade as part of their investigation into the Collector.
What a terrible waste.
A feat for which we will soon be rewarded. We can use this reward to set up new facilities and increase salaries.
Excellent. I shall look forward to it. It is a shame, though. As a magicka, I had Hope to try a bit of that spectacular jade.
Be honest. You snatched some, didn't you?
I'm afraid my lips are sealed.
Well, make sure they stay that way.
Andreas, there's something I need to ask you.
About Iscarian, I suppose.
Yes. He didn't quite seem himself when I saw him a while ago. He was lost in his thoughts. And then it occurred to me that perhaps you'd...
Iscarian decided to leave the Blue Foxes of his own accord.
I see. I thought that maybe you'd...
Iscarian acted of his own volition, as he always has. Our aims are the same, but we disagree about the means. It's a wonder he stayed this long, really.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. Well,
Have you anything else to note?
Just that you don't seem quite yourself these days either, Andreas.
Perhaps not. Indeed.
How does that sound?
Enough of that.
I see. I trust in your ability.
What word from Dalmatio?
He says that he is taking what he is owed for assisting us in battle.
Which is why we must make as short work of this as possible.
This was always bound to happen, one way or another. This is just how the Alliance operates.
Then what the devil are we to do about it?
There is one option. There is a large vein of jade situated west of Dagland. We have spies in place around Dalmatio who could divulge this information, and I doubt he would be able to resist acting upon it. Then we set an ambush in Rowell Marsh and eliminate him as he passes through.
I see. And so, in the meantime, we turn a blind eye to the looting going on in Southfield.
We would have to, yes.
If this is the path that leads to fewer casualties, then so be it. Good. Our course of action is decided.
There it is. My mountain of money. I can't wait to pick it clean. What's this? The Blue Foxes. This was all a setup.
En route! A bit of a boost never hurts.
Relocating.
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
Moving into position.
I'll take you down.
Take this!
It can't be.
I took him down!
Please forgive me. It had to
On
be
my
done.
way.
Enemy down!
Better to the
You see
location.
that? I took him down!
Those plundering Alliance scum are no different to pirates. We will deal with them accordingly. Treaty be damned. Dalmazio and his men will be put to the sword.
Relocating.
Headed to the location.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Weaker than expected.
I'll take you down.
Where is our next foe?
Witness my power! How's that?
Surely nobody will complain if I take this.
Got it. On my way. Got it. Be gone with you.
Can't be.
Target eliminated. On my way.
Relocating. Let's see what you're made of.
Where is our
Moving
next
into
foe?
position. Enemy down! You see that?
Wow.
There we go.
En route!
Is that all you have?
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
Be gone with you.
Can't be.
Next target. On my way.
I should go at once.
This isn't really my style.
Headed to the location.
Target eliminated.
Relocating.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Weaker than expected.
I'm resolute in my purpose. The enemy unit has been vanquished.
You fools. Surely you're not so deluded as to believe yourselves a match for the Empire.
That I cannot say. However, it is clear that nothing good can come of partnering with your treacherous alliance. If we must fight a war on two fronts, Then so be it.
So be it. Alatain will be obliterated, but not before I have put your loathsome head on a spike.
Moving into position. A bit of a boost never hurts.
I'll take you down.
Can't be.
Target eliminated.
I shall guard once.
Moving into position.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Weaker than expected. Understood. Beginning advance. Relocating.
Take this!
I'll take you down.
Can't be.
Next time. Got it.
Moving into position.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Everyone, with me now!
It can't be.
Please forgive me.
En route.
It had to be done.
On my way. Be gone with you.
Can't be.
Next time.
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
Looks like I've improved again.
Dalmatio's forces have been routed. Now there is no one to stand in my way. Let this be the beginning of a new era. The era of the 12th King, Levantia Shatham.
Having repelled the Empire from the realm and reclaimed the occupied region of Southfield, the fourth-born Prince Levantia Shatham becomes the 12th King of Alatain in Whitsbreath 1503. The ascension of a new monarch to the throne was expected to put an end to the kingdom's enduring hardships. And yet, beyond this veil of hope, the darkness creeps ever closer.
This isn't good.
It seems that foreign soldiers are sniffing around, Castamere. Did you start some new quarrel?
Of course not. Certainly not a new one, anyway.
Out with it, now.
They're likely to be Vermin Commander Dalmatio's men, looking for me. I imagine they intend to kill me, having failed in the past.
Did you do something to provoke them?
Not at all. It seems they've simply been unable to forget my betrayal.
It makes no difference.
Does that mean... are you going to throw me to the dogs?
Quite the opposite. You are a valuable asset to the Blue Foxes. I knew full well that you were an Alliance defector when you joined. Your enemy is our enemy.
Well, well. Thank you, Andreas.
I'll draw up a plan. Tell me what I need to know.
All right, then.
Is something the matter, Tramina?
Not particularly.
Oh.
Actually, I might have a job for us. For the Blue Foxes, I mean.
What are the details?
A Southfield trader called Umbert seems to be having a lot of trouble with bandits. They're clearly being targeted for some reason, and would like us to act as bodyguards.
Umbert? You mean this is a relative of yours?
That's not relevant. Are we going to take the job?
Yes, if the price is right.
Good. Then it's settled. I'll provide more details in due course.
Would you be willing to accompany us on our next mission, Princess Ezelia?
Yes, but
Hmm?
in the short time since I left Beazle Tower, it has been battle after battle, day after day. When will people stop killing each other?
We carry on killing so that one day we can put an end to it.
How does that make any sense?
I do not expect you to understand right away. And besides, our enemy this time is but demi-human. A swarm was sighted in the Eastfield swampland. Preferable to fighting real humans, I'd say.
Demi-humans? Those creatures whose bodies are infused with jade? They were once human too, were they not?
Why not see for yourself? You'll soon see that they have not a scrap of humanity. We will depart as soon as we are ready.
Very well.
We will engage them shortly, Your Highness.
So, those are the demi-humans. Can they use ancient sorcery? They are infused with jade, after all.
Of course not. They may resemble humans, but we must think of them as mad beasts.
But I feel a power emanating from them that is similar to that of jade. If it is jade that is the cause of their physical prowess, then...
Princess?
Forgive me. I shall focus on the battle at hand.
I shall go at once.
I'll take you down.
A bit of a boost never hurts. into position.
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Next target.
En route.
On my way.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Everyone, with me now!
No escape. Impressive, no?
I shall go at once.
I'll take you down.
Take this! I took him down!
On my way. Go. On my way. Go. On my way.
Understood. Beginning advance. Relocating.
Hurry up and die!
Heading to the location. I shall go at once. Heading to the location. I shall go at once.
This isn't really my style.
Here goes!
The enemy unit has been vanquished. Heading to the location.
Go.
Now then, everyone. Let's do this.
I'll take you down.
En route.
Here goes!
Be gone with you.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
Understood.
Moving into
Beginning
position.
advance. Relocating.
No escape. Impressive, no?
I'll take you down.
Take this!
Next target. Go. On my way.
Just when I thought I couldn't get stronger.
Thank you, Your Highness. The demi-humans have been eliminated. The mission is a success.
It has also provided me with a valuable insight.
An insight?
I hope to show you the fruits of my investigations in due time.
I look forward to it. Princess Azalea, your powers of ancient sorcery have grown markedly.
Yes. The battle against the demi-humans gave me an opportunity to refine them. I've adjusted my awareness. My sensation of focusing during ancient sorcery incantations.
The way they fought was instructive for improving your magic.
Exactly. It is hard to explain. I'm sorry if what I say is impenetrable.
You bear the mark of the blessed, Your Highness. Your grasp of magic far exceeds the average man's. It is only natural that you would find insights that others would not.
You know, I am coming to understand what you said. About killing in order to stop the killing. The demi-human souls have empowered me, so I must ensure their deaths were not in vain. You seek to do something similar, do you not?
I couldn't say.
Then I shall continue to fight until I understand.
boost never hurts.
On my way.
Everyone, with me now!
Take this! Enemy down! You see that?
Relocating. Relocating.
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
En route!
Understood. Beginning advance.
I shall go at once.
No escape. Impressive, no?
I am resolute in my purpose.
Be gone with you. Next target.
Witness my power! How's that? I took him down!
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Next target.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I shall go at once. Heading to the location.
Got it.
Everyone, with me now!
Understood. Beginning advance. Let's see what you're made of.
On my way. Go.
I am resolute in my purpose.
Please forgive me. It had to be done.
Relocating.
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Target eliminated. On my way. Got it.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
I shall go at once.
Everyone, with me now!
Moving into position.
Heading to the location.
I'll take you down.
made light.
This isn't really my style.
The power of restoration.
Be gone with you. Next time.
En route.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Take this!
I am resolute in my purpose.
Here goes! Enemy down! You see that? The bandits should be just up ahead.
Listen, Tremina. I understand why you asked the Blue Foxes to assist with this task. But why hide your connection to Umbert? There is nothing odd about a daughter helping her family.
It's not relevant. I told you. Would you want people nosing into your private affairs?
Your reticence on the matter tells me everything I need to know.
Huh?
Come on, let's focus on the bandits.
Wait. What do you mean exactly?
Moving into position. A bit of a boost never hurts.
Let's see what you're made of.
I am resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now? Please forgive me.
Target enemy done. Next time. Go.
Everyone, with me now! The enemy unit has been vanquished. I shall go at once.
I'll take you down.
Moving into position.
Please forgive me. Time to be done.
En route.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Take this! Enemy down! You see that?
Relocating.
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Heading to the location. I am resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now open?
Take this!
Watch
you
your
see
guard
that?
once.
On my way. Go.
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
On my way.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
No escape. Impressive, no?
I'm resolute in my plan. Are your eyes now opened? Please forgive me. It had to be done. Heading to the location. I shall guard once.
I'll take you down. Go.
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
It would seem I've grown stronger.
The bandits have been routed. Now tell me what you meant before.
It's nothing important. I was just thinking about your family. You became estranged from them during your activist days, didn't you? And you've kept your distance ever since. But as soon as you heard they were in trouble, you immediately wanted to help. Except, of course, you wanted to keep your involvement a secret. Is that right?
You dug up my past.
It was merely a supposition, though it appears to be spot on.
Damn you, Andreas.
A letter from your family, eh?
How did you know?
Again, merely a supposition.
They thanked me for defeating the bandits. It seems they got wind of my involvement somehow.
I see.
Wait. Was it you? Did you go and inform them?
I did no such thing. There are any number of ways they could have found out.
I suppose so. Still, this might be a good moment for me to visit home.
Yes, go. But if you aren't back for the next mission, there is no place for you here.
I understand.
The enemy has responded to our invitation. Now we need but deal with them.
They are Alliance soldiers, all right. They don't know the lay of this land. That is very much to our advantage. Our victory should be assured.
A sure victory is always welcome. But don't forget why we have to fight in the first place.
Your words wound me. But you're quite right. I am a blue fox, and I've caused trouble for my comrades. But fear not. I will repay my debt in full on the battlefield.
Good. Now let's go.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe? Relocating.
I am resolute in my purpose. Please forgive me. It had to be done. Everyone, with me now!
It can't be.
The enemy unit has been vanquished.
Relocating.
I'll take you down.
It can't be.
Target eliminated. Go. On my way. Go.
Allow me to show you what they can do. Are your eyes now opened? Please forgive me. It had to be done.
Take this!
Go.
Let's see what you're made of. Where is our next foe?
Headed to the location.
I'll take you down.
Here goes!
Next time.
I shall go at once. Headed to the location. I am resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now open?
No escape. Impressive, no? Weaker than expected.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
On my way.
Please forgive me. It had to be done.
A worthy foe.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down. Target eliminated. Go. On my way. Go.
Now then, everyone. Let's do this.
A worthy foe.
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
Just when I thought I couldn't get stronger.
Those poor vermins. Such a long journey, and all in vain.
These were Dalmazio's personal troops, yes? The same as the first time they came for you? If so, diplomatic relations should remain unaffected by this episode. Now, let us search the area for remaining hostiles, then return to base.
I find your thoroughness reassuring, Andreas.
Alas, I am less reassured by your tendency to get into trouble.
Andreas, just the man I wanted to see. I've found something that may be of interest. It's a scientific discourse on the differences between ancient sorcery and modern magic. Only available on the continent, I believe. It's a good thing I'm well connected, eh?
This is all a bit sudden.
You don't want it?
Oh, it sounds intriguing. But I find the idea of a surprise gift from you rather worrying.
Haha! There's no ulterior motive, I promise. Just a token of gratitude, that's all.
Well, if this is your way of saying thank you, I shall gladly accept.
Excellent. I look forward to our future endeavors, Andreas.
What news of the Imperial stragglers?
It seems they may not in fact be mere stragglers.
Have you some new information?
Reports claim that there are a significant number of elite soldiers included in their ranks. Our intelligence suggests that the largest gatherings of the remnant forces are taking place at Guyenne mines. The mines are remote and contain deposits of highly concentrated jade. What's more, the surrounding terrain is barely penetrable. It's the ideal base for the Imperials.
Damn it! Is there no end to them? I shall drive them all out!
Calm down. How will the kingdom find peace with a king who jumps at shadows?
But this is our chance while they are all assembled. We should send our best and crush them.
Fine. Do what you will.
The Imperial scum have been found. Onwards to victory. Another triumph for King Levantia.
Why is His Majesty in such a rage?
How should I know?
Damn!
Uh-huh.
Seize victory! That is our objective. Here I go!
On my way.
Moving into position. A bit of a boost never hurts.
Relocating.
Heading to the location. I shall go at once.
Be gone with you. Next target.
En route.
No escape. Impressive, no? Weaker than expected.
I'll destroy you. You met your match.
I am resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now opened?
Moving into position.
On my way.
Where is our next foe?
En route. Moving into position. En route.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
I shall go at once.
Got it.
What's that? Heading to the location.
I'll take you down.
I am resolute in my purpose. I shall go at once.
Live the Empire!
Relocating. Let's see what you're made of.
I am resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now open?
Next target.
Understood. Beginning advance. Weaker than expected. Reinforcements sighted.
I'll clear a path.
On my way.
I shall go at once.
Relocating. No escape. Impressive, no?
Take this!
I shall go at once. I am resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now? The enemy unit has been vanquished.
Understood. Beginning advance.
I'll take you down. Target eliminated. Next target. On my way. Target eliminated. Got it.
Right.
Why would you?
Yes, indeed.
Heading to the location.
No escape. Impressive, no?
Take this!
Here goes!
I'm resolute in my purpose. Don't let me eyes now! Please forgive me.
Target eliminated.
It had to be Pressure Guard once. The enemy unit has been vanquished. Heading to the location.
Witness my power! How's that?
I'm resolute in my purpose. Don't let me eyes now! Please forgive me. It had to be done.
Be gone with you. Be gone with you. Next target. On my way.
The enemy unit has been vanquished. Pressure Guard once.
No.
Damn!
No more of that. Here I go! Everyone, with me!
Pressure Guard once.
This isn't really my style.
On my way.
Heading to the location.
Relocating.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
Understood. Beginning advance.
Pressure Guard once. Heading to the location.
Be gone with you.
No escape. Impressive, no?
On my way.
Here goes! Relocating.
I'm resolute in my purpose.
Target eliminated.
Looks like I've improved again.
The Imperial threat is vanquished at last. Now we shall make our grand return to Central Field.
You don't wonder why the Imperial forces chose to gather in this godforsaken place?
If you've something to say, Riaz, then come out and say it. I've grown tired of your weaselly ways.
Have you indeed?
The Blue Foxes slay the Imperials in Gaian mines and are making preparations to return home. When they receive word that an even larger force has been sighted in Westfield, Frederick immediately decides to confront them determined to drive the Empire out of the kingdom. And so, the Blue Foxes march for Rigyar Strand, where the Imperials are said to be hiding. The Strand is land that once belonged to a noble named Alrim Lester. It was the place where Frederick and Andreas first met.
The thought of visiting Rigyar Strand has made my brother rather pensive.
I'm not surprised. It is the place where Prince Levantia spent his childhood. I imagine he is particularly keen to rid it of the Empire's presence. What is it?
And you are also similarly compelled?
No, not particularly.
Oh, I see. I must have been mistaken. I thought I'd learned to read people's subtleties, but perhaps not.
I agree.
Yes, I understand.
We have received reports of Imperial troops occupying Westfield's Rigyar Strand.
Ah, Rigyar. I know it well.
They are far greater in number than those that had gathered in Gaian mines. What's more, they are operating without secrecy. It seems to be almost a provocation.
Fear not. I have knowledge of the terrain. I shall summon enough knights to overpower the Imperials. We shall trap them in a pincer and end this once and for all.
It is surprising, though. How could so many of the enemy have entered the kingdom?
It is likely that they trickled in through the port in Dagland before we were able to take it back from the Empire. And now they've begun to move.
Kill them all. Rigyar is Lesterland. I shan't have Imperial boots despoiling it.
Yes, it means much to me too.
Then you ought not object. We shall eradicate the Empire from our lands.
The enemy has divided their force into multiple groups.
Then we shall simply crush them one by one. With our numbers, it will be an easy task.
Perhaps so, but you have summoned all of the Royal Knights to accomplish it. Which means that all of our might is focused here. Our defenses have never been weaker.
Which is why we must make as short work of this as possible. Well, this is fewer than expected. It would appear that the Imperial commander is woefully incompetent. We shall wipe them out in one fell swoop and reclaim our land.
No escape. Impressive, no?
A bit of a boost never hurts.
I'll take you down.
I'm resolute in my purpose.
enemy unit has been vanquished.
On my way.
Where is our next foe?
Go. Heading to the location. I shall go at once.
Let's see what you're made of.
I'm resolute in my purpose. On your eyes now! The enemy unit has been vanquished.
Beginning advance.
Next target. On my way. Please forgive me. It had to be done.
Moving into position. A bit of a boost never hurts. Base captured!
That's our target.
Surely.
You call that an attack?
En route!
I'm resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now open?
Witness my power! How's that? I took him down!
Where is our
The enemy
next
unit
foe?
has been vanquished.
Go.
Understood. Relocating.
Capture successful.
What is this?
I suppose.
Yes, indeed.
Relocating. Understood. Begin relocating.
I'm resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now open?
I'll take you down.
Moving into position. Take this!
No escape. Impressive. Where is our next foe? Relocating.
En route!
Weaker than expected.
Be gone with you. Next target. Got it.
Base captured!
Come now.
I'm at a loss.
Here I go!
A bit of a boost never hurts.
I am resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now open?
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
Heading to the location.
Witness my power! How's that?
Long live the Empire!
Enemy down! You see that?
Go. Surely nobody will complain if I take this.
Everyone, with me now!
En route!
Next time, on my way.
The enemy unit has been vanquished abroad once.
A job well done. Now, to hunt down the survivors.
Aye.
Fred! Rias! Grave news!
In an attempt to defeat the Empire's elite forces, Frederick focuses all his might on Rigyar Strand. But just as their foes are defeated and victory is at hand, the Blue Foxes receive ill tidings. Imperial vessels bearing soldiers have appeared to the south and east of DioField. And strategic points in Southfield and Eastfield have already been captured. Shortly afterwards, thousands of Imperial soldiers begin to march on the capital. Consolidating their presence in Central Field, they set up camp in the Rocks and Guardian grasslands. From this position of strength, their commander, Zavatian Shugel, calls for Alatane's surrender. Frederick vehemently protests, but he lacks the soldiers and resources to face the Empire's might. And so, he reluctantly agrees to surrender at a formal signing ceremony to be held at Castle Alatane.
What's the meaning of this? Damn! I'll clear a path. All the more reason.
Indeed.
Just what are you getting at?
So that means...
No.
This should do it. How about this? That's why.
Understood.
Right. Let us go over the plan once more. We agreed to the Empire's demand for surrender in order to lure out Zavatian and kill him. The signing ceremony is to be held on the morrow at Castle Alatain. Fred, it is vital that you attend in person.
And attend I shall. Where shall I lure the general to?
As far into the castle as possible. Signal us immediately if he begins to suspect anything. We will then destroy the castle gates, separating him from his forces outside. With their general dead, the Imperial army will be in disarray.
And in that disarray, our forces will then pounce upon them from all sides, stopping this cursed invasion dead in its tracks.
It's certainly a clever plan. But even with their leader taken out, the Imperial army will be far more powerful than ours. And turning the town into a battleground will result in countless civilian casualties.
Defeating Zavatian has to take priority.
We've come this far. Sacrifices must be made.
But that's...
Enough, Lorraine. This is not up for debate. You may go.
Understood.
I'll start making preparations.
Wait, Riaz. Going back to Leicestershire after all this time, it brought back memories.
That it did.
And it made me wonder, am I still that same person?
You haven't changed much. You're still the Frederick Lester I knew.
So you are the King of Alatain, Levantia Shatham?
Aye.
You don't intend to surrender? Now! Blow the gates! Blue Foxes, come forth!
A valiant effort, but alas, an effort in vain. Bring the airship round.
Sir!
Kill them all, just like we planned.
Moving into position. A bit of a boost never hurts.
I am resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now opened?
No escape. Impressive, no? Weaker than expected.
I'll take you down. Next time.
The Empire were planning this all along. They were founded by bandits, and they are still no more than a pack of wild beasts. Men, we will not cede to them another inch of our land. Lay down your lives if you must. Their general dies today. A rousing speech. One that will go down in history as the final address of King Levantia the Lackwit.
Relocating.
I am resolute in my purpose. Are your eyes now open?
Witness my power! How's that?
Long live the Empire!
Enemy down! You see that? I took him down!
Live the Empire!
Heading to the location.
Moving into position. Enemy down! You see that?
The Empire!
En route! Here goes!
On my way. Go.
Relocating.
Moving into position. A bit of a boost never hurts.
I should go at once.
Weaker than expected. Understood. Beginning
Heading to the
advance.
location. Surely nobody will complain if I take this. I shall go at once.
I'll destroy you. You met your match. Target eliminated.
What? Your subordinates have done you proud. It seems I will have to call upon my main force. Your resistance will not last much longer. Summon the Gigas unit.
En route!
Go. On my way. Be gone with you. Next target. Go.
Take this!
The fight begins. No escape.
Be gone with you. Target eliminated.
Relocating.
I am resolute in my purpose. The enemy unit has been vanquished.
It seems your subordinates have let you down, Savatian. You wretched vermin!
Here they come.
All who oppose me meet death, as you shall soon find out.
A bit of a boost never hurts.
No escape. Impressive, no? Weaker than expected.
Hurry up and die!
Understood. Beginning advance.
Here goes!
Be gone with you.
Take this!
Everyone, with me now! Long live the Empire! The enemy unit has been vanquished.
Moving into position.
Headed to the location. I should go at once.
Be gone with you.
No escape. Impressive, no? Where is our next foe?
What?
Just when I thought I couldn't get stronger.
After him! Do not let him escape!
Curse you!
You will not escape me! Yes!
You! What is the meaning of this?
A flood of memories came rushing forth of the day that started everything. Memories of a time before I became Andreas Ronderson. Memories of how I cowered as my parents were killed as if they were mere animals. And of how, still coated in their blood, that man turned his gaze upon me. That man, that despicable man, Zavatian Shugel. The first ambition I ever had in my life was to crush him into insignificance, to destroy him absolutely. I was taken to the Empire and became Andreas Ronderson. All I recall from back then is relentless training and study. And one day, I was summoned by a man whose bearing was dignified but devoid of human warmth. He stuck out his hand and said to me, my mind instantly flashed back to his gaze on that day, and my resolve became unshakable. I was going to accomplish my objective while holding true to my beliefs. Shortly after that, I was appointed as the Chamberlain of the fourth-born Prince of Alatain, Levantia Shatham. Upon meeting Levantia, I discovered a new objective: to give power to those who would do right with it. But in the end, I failed to protect him. With Levantia gone, my focus returned to my first objective: eliminating Zavatian, regardless of the cost. And now, I will fulfill my second with what I'm about to do.
We did it. Rias! Rias, what's wrong? It's over, right?
Aye. It's over now. Fred.